Chair Sabatier. Oh, are we ready on your end, Jake?
Yep, we're already on the site.
Okay, we're ready then, Chair Sabatier.
Double checking, Sam, we're good to go? All right, well, we actually can't. It's not 9 o'clock yet. Let me wait those 30 seconds. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Today is May 25th, 2021. This is your regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake. It is 9 a.m., and I believe that Supervisor Pyska has a moment of silence for us.
I do. The Cobb community lost Steve Moore last week. He was around the community most of my life. I've known him since I was very tiny. He built the Moore Family Winery and hosted concerts and fundraisers for the community. He was a coach. He was most importantly a shining example of what it means to be family. So if everyone could keep his family in their thoughts and prayers and just acknowledge this wonderful man and the wonderful things that he did for our community. Thanks.
Supervisor Simon, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Are there any extra items from the board or staff? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that board members wish to pull? So I am looking to pull item 510 and 511 and 513, and the last one I think was at the end. Where did I miss that? I apologize. '18 and 19. So 511, 13, and 18 and 19.
And Mr. Chair, I believe the Behavioral Health Director is here and wishes to pull an item as well
Okay.
in Zoom.
And was that the 511 or 510, I believe?
5.9,
No.
I believe.
Actually, 5.9, I just wanted to offer some additional clarification on it.
Okay, but it's not being pulled, it's being pulled for discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
if I may.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. And looking to make sure anybody from the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Okay, and looking for action from the board on the other items.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda 5.1 through 5.8, 5.12 through 5.17, and 5.20 through 5.29. Did I do that correctly?
And if possible, to take out 513. So 512 and then 514 through 17.
Okay.
Sorry for the amount of,
No, I'm pulling 513.
and I will second.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second from Supervisor Simon. If we can please get a roll call. Johanna?
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And so let's go ahead and take up item 5.9, since that one seems a fairly simple item. That item is adopt resolution approving County of Lake application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development for Emergency Solutions Grant Program CARES Act funding. Director Metcalf.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I just wanted to add a little bit more clarification for some things that were not included in our initial memo to the board. This is a revision to the original resolution that has already gone to your board and has been approved. But the state had wanted us to clarify this resolution by saying this is round 2 of more CARES Act funding. And I also wanted to add that these funds will be flowing through our housing continuum of care. And then in turn, it will be going out to bid for homeless and housing activities in the county. That also was not articulated in our memo. So I just wanted the board to understand and the public to understand what the purpose of this is and where the monies will ultimately end up.
Thank you very much for that. Any comments or questions from the board? And are you requesting that we make an amendment to say that it's round 2, or was just a necessary clarification, verbal, and not necessarily any changes?
It's already articulated in the documents you've received. It just it was a little confusing the way it read. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. But it should be good to go the way it is.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Any comment on item 5.9? And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution.
So Supervisor Scott has offered the resolution. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Director Metcalf, if you don't mind, there seems to be a large group of people, and I'm guessing that it's public comment, so I'm going to move on to public comment first and foremost, and then we'll get back to those items. If I can scroll, but for some reason my computer is not moving, but public comment is the time to offer an expression of issues that you may have that you want to bring to the board on anything that is not on our agenda today. And so you have 3 minutes, and whoever wishes to make a public comment, please come to the microphone. And please state your first and last name. We would prefer that you would not. If you speak right in the microphone, we'll hear you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Simone Tapman. I am an IHSS provider and proud SEIU 2015 union member. I have cared for several elderly women for over 3.5 years, and I have to say I am blessed. Although there have been many stressful, unhappy moments, I still persevere. Recently, after 3 years of care, I had to terminate my contract with my recipient. Her son was stealing her bank card, taking hundreds of dollars from her account, and taking her car for days at a time. Her vehicle was left on the side of the road and ultimately impounded. These are only a few examples of his behavior. I could no longer stand by and watch. I reported him to the Public Authority Adult Protective Services. However, my recipient, his mother, would not press charges, so I left. A few days later, I was notified of a post on Facebook where where the son was calling me a crook, among other words. And if I didn't quit, things would get nasty. When you're caring for someone, you not only answer to the recipient, but sometimes the family will be involved in negative ways. So I ask you today to please support the IHSS program here in Lake County, because as a provider, I believe we deserve to be recognized as valid essential workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If you do, please come right to the microphone.
Joan Moss. I'm writing about and questioning renewable energy. I believe it is time to reconsider the term renewable energy when speaking of the geysers development in Lake and Sonoma County. The extra water from Clear Lake that was voted on last week will supplement the water lost from Sonoma County. Ordinarily, pipelines from each side bring treated wastewater and/or lake water to the injection wells to create steam that produces electricity. I question this decision and want to point to Calpine's less than perfect record of their relationship with Lake County. A fire that occurred before the Valley Fire caused the demise of the number 8 power plant and was caused by a squirrel that fell from the wire. Calpine declared bankruptcy, causing shareholders to lose all their money. For the past 2 years at least, Calpine has failed to pay their fair share of firefighting projected costs, according to a board member, Madeline Martinelli, of the South Lake County Fire Protection District. At a meeting Tuesday, May 18th, Middletown Fire Department official Mike Fink divulged information that Sonoma County was discussing with him, the Middletown Fire Department, helping to pay for the cost of fire protection. The borderline of Lake County is closer to the geothermal development than Sonoma County. At the meeting May 18th, it was brought up that 2 tanks of water have already been brought up to Calpine's development area in case of fire. The Full Circle project itself was in response to the lack of steam at the geysers, which at the time was considered a renewable energy project. Officials stated the hot rocks below the earth were the renewable energy, but without water, the rocks could make no steam. The water had dried up, leaving the possibility of the pipeline a necessity. The injection of treated wastewater at the geysers was blamed for earthquakes that began to occur following the Full Circle project activation. Is water renewable energy? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? And then if you are in the Zoom room, please raise your hand and we will get to you. Or if you are calling via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand, and again, we will get to you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Thomas Nickel. I live in Scotts Valley. Considering that we are headed for another drought, I would like the Board of Supervisors to reevaluate the county's policy under Title 28 that allows individuals to ship 1 acre-foot of water to entities outside our county. How is Lake County monitoring this procedure? And is it based on the honor system? Title 28 states that groundwater underlying Lake County has historically provided the people and lands of Lake County with water for agricultural, domestic, and municipal purposes. The Board of Supervisors has recognized these principles developed in case law of California, that water may be appropriated from groundwater basins provided the groundwater supply is surplus and exceeds the reasonable and beneficial needs to its outside users. It's my understanding that the Kelseyville Water Basin is severely impaired and Scotts Valley Water Basin is moderately impaired. And I'm sure the remaining 7 other basins are in similar condition. That being the case, I believe we do not have surplus water to spare for outside agricultural sources, especially pot grows in neighboring counties, which I am aware of. I doubt very much that entities in Mendocino, Sonoma, Napa, and other counties are shipping their groundwater to Lake County for any purposes, any of our purposes. The present population of Lake County is 56,000 and projected to increase by 99,000 by 2020. Considering that, I think it's irresponsible for the Board of Supervisors to allow this current lame and outdated Title 28 policy to continue and immediately start to rethink and reevaluate this policy and to develop more common sense water conservation practices for this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comment from the boardroom?
Good morning. My name is Wynn Carey. I'm from Spring Valley. I sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors last week regarding the illegal activity in Spring Valley. Hopefully you each got your copy. I'm very concerned. I'm sorry, but I don't like automatic fire on my street, automatic rifle fire on my street. It's getting more and more that we're hearing more and more guns going off, and we have a really bad problem going on. Spring Valley is approximately 900 parcels. 491 of them are non-developed. Of those 491, at least 14 of them have a large wooden fence with a cannabis grow on it. 7 of them have a large wooden fence with an illegal RV on it that is polluting the groundwater. 20 of them are just, never mind the fence, they're just growing. At least 2 RVs are just sitting there. And there's actually 1 car dump. And the county owns 17 lots in Spring Valley, totaling 262 acres, right in the middle of the subdivision. The county passes ordinances, but they don't comply with their own ordinances. No county person has been on their property to do any abatement in over 30 years. And we're living with the results. We've all got brush, trees, and we can't go onto the county without county permission to clear lots. And I think it's time for the county to think of Spring Valley. I know you've got a lot of people to think about in the county, but we would like to see something happen to clear some of this mess up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments in the boardroom? Please come to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Justin. I talk about the cannabis program that everybody is angry about, but there's people up in the national forest that are away from people that would like to cultivate. We have applied. The county doesn't have people. I talked to the sheriff last time, and he does think it's very unfair that you're going to go after and bust people and sit them with these high fines that you guys talk about in your meetings. For people that want to be a part of this program, that want to help the community, want to help everybody in our area, if we could financially do it, if we could open up. Some of us that have been busted, I've been in prison 4 times for growing weed. 4 times. All I'm asking is for somebody to open up a file that I already submitted a year ago. And then now I have to redo it because they lost it, then they found it, then it's very confusing. But cannabis is going to bring a shit ton of money to this county. If we do it correctly, more than the wineries, more than your pear farms that I worked at when I was a kid. For, I think, what, $7.50 or $8.50 an hour. So, when you talk about places like where these people live, it isn't a place for cannabis. It isn't a place to grow outdoor. Especially if people don't want the smell. They should be in the zoned area where we are. Where outdoor, nobody, I'm not going to bother anybody. I've got 25, 30 people growing around me that probably haven't even applied yet. But I've been applied since 2017, and I can't get anywhere. So there is people that have the water resource. We have plenty of water. Our well last year was putting out 160 gallons per minute. because we're on a snow shed where there is water, where it has time to soak into the ground when the snow melts. So these things can be addressed in this county. We have plenty of land out there that is burned that cannabis would reactivate and help bring that land back and make people want to drive out there if they do it correctly. With your smell plans of putting plants out, what we have done, and other things to fix up the neighborhoods. We don't want the illegal grows there. We're sick of it. We want to be legal. So I don't think it's fair that you guys are coming up with plans to bust us when you should come up with a plan to get us into the program, that want to be in the program. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment in the boardroom?
My name is Monty Winters. I live in Spring Valley. I agree with him. I think that we ought to have all of the pot growers legal. We ought to work forward and solve that problem so that he can grow and I don't have to have one next door to me. I have two things. Thing number one is Spring Valley has its own water system. We use water out of Indian Valley Reservoir, and they're taking a lot of water out of Indian Valley Reservoir this year because there's not so much water in Clear Lake. So I'm cautioning the board to keep in touch with Yolo County Flood Control Conservation District as to where their plan is. It turns out that about 17,000 acre feet left in Indian Valley Reservoir solves the problem of providing water for Spring Valley for about 5 years, for about 3 years. Our other source is Wolf Creek. Wolf Creek usually fills our lake, which is also a feeder for our water system, and but with droughts lasting 6 years or so, Indian Valley Reservoir has to be watched pretty close. So I wanted to caution you of that. I brought a copy for the Board of Supervisors. This is off of Yolo County Flood Control's website, so I'm sure somebody in the county gets it, etc. My other subject is cannabis issues and Spring Valley issues in general, and I've given you a copy of my letter. I think I can get through it in 3 minutes or less, so I'm going to read it. Excuse me. Grows require a lot of water. Oops, I got to get the thing out of the way. Grows require a lot of water, pesticide, and fertilizer. Many of them draw water illegally from Wolf Creek, Spring Valley Lake, or Cache Creek, and discharge it back into the source. All effluent ends up directly in the water source for Spring Valley Water Company. No parcels along the creek or the lake of Spring Valley are large enough to qualify for cannabis agriculture. They're all less than an acre. As Spring Valley is a residential design community, the fences used to enclose grows are counter to county code, RD or R1. And if RD isn't being cared for by code enforcement, then we don't get an option as to how those large fences are allowed. Normally, you'd need some kind of a use permit or something.
Your 3 minutes are up at this moment in time. We do have your letter here that you've submitted to us.
Okay.
I'm certain that we will all be reading that and going through it. And just to let you know that there are many conversations happening, mainly because of the drought, on illegal activity with water, which includes cannabis. So those things are being discussed right now as we speak, and I would say keep in touch with your supervisor as we move forward and figure out what we're doing.
Okay. May I tell you the good news?
If you can just do your final point.
To one sentence.
Your final point, please.
Progress has been made. The county is responding. Code enforcement has people in it. Thank you. We appreciate that, and we would like to see that continue and grow. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the boardroom? Okay, I'm going to double check in the Zoom room. Is there anyone that has a public comment? I don't see a hand up. Again, if you're calling via telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand and we will unmute you. Okay, and seeing none, we will go ahead and close public comment. Thank you everybody for coming and providing some public input. We're going to move on to item 6.2, our 9:06 a.m. item, consideration of update on COVID-19. And I am looking for Dr. Bloom, and there he is. Dr. Bloom, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Board. Thank you very much. I will be as brief as I can. I know there's lots of things to get through this morning. So here is the update on COVID-19 in the county. First, I'm going to talk about a quick overview regarding cases and the tier that we're in and vaccination status. And then I'm going to pass it over to Sarah, our epidemiologist, to talk specifically about the data, and then I'll delve briefly a little bit more into detail in some of the areas. So, regarding our cases, we continue to have a very low case count, which is fantastic. From May 9th through the 15th, we've had 15 cases, and our case rate is 3.3 per 100,000, and our test positivity is 2.1%. These numbers are about in line with what they have been over the past few weeks, so no major change there, which is great because these numbers are very low. As far as our tier, we are in orange. As I had said before, I anticipate us being in orange until the end of the tiered system, and we go beyond the blueprint on June 15th. And I still believe that we will be in orange until June 15th, and with those same recommendations. Beyond June 15th, we will just have to use our common sense and what makes us feel comfortable, as the restrictions tied to these tiers will all go away, except for mega events, which are large gatherings of people between greater than 5,000 indoor or 10,000 people outdoors. Regarding vaccination status, we as a county are about 52% at least partially vaccinated, which is still far away from our 70%, but 52% is pretty good. We still have a good amount of vaccine, and we are able to procure a vaccine fairly easily when our supplies get low. We have a number of areas within the county where you can get vaccinated, as I've mentioned before, a number of commercial areas, as well as through the health systems in the county, and they continue to take appointments as well as walk-ins. There certainly have been a few hiccups regarding some of the vaccination sites, both with walk-ins and appointments, where some vaccine that should have been ordered to cover those appointments and walk-ins was not at certain sites, and therefore it was a little bit low. However, we are aware of the problem and we are currently addressing it, so that does not happen again. As far as demand is certainly slowing for vaccine. We see about a 1% increase in vaccination coverage per week, or a little more than each week. And so that definitely needs to be addressed, as we still have a bunch of work to do. That being said, I'd like to pass it off to Sarah so that we can see the actual numbers for this past week. Sarah? If she's on.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. Good morning, everyone. I have a quick update. And I feel a little bit like a broken record, but I think it's because we continue to have good indicators of declining transmission throughout the state. And like Dr. Bloom said, fairly stable numbers in Lake County. So here we're looking at testing statewide on the left and test positivity statewide on the right. Testing is down slightly statewide from the previous week, though not significantly so. And the test positivity, the most recent 7-day average, is 0.8%, which is phenomenal to see that stay right around 1% and below 1% statewide. Statewide, we see the lowest daily case rate we've seen since the beginning of the pandemic at 2.7 cases per 100,000. And as cases decline, we of course see a fewer number of COVID deaths. Lake County remains in the orange tier. Today, the state will announce the latest metrics, which is based on data from May 9th through the 15th. And like Dr. Bloom said, a daily case rate of 3.3 per 100,000 and a testing positivity of 2.1%. This is very similar to the 2 previous weeks. The map shows the tier status of the state's 58 counties. Last week, 3 more counties moved into the yellow or minimal transmission tier for 13. The majority of counties statewide are obviously in the orange or moderate tier like Lake County, and about 10 counties are in the red tier. Again, we'll see a little bit of movement when it's announced by the state today. So here is the epi curve, which shows the number of new cases identified by week in the county. So here you can see, just want to point out, you can see how we've really sort of stabilized the last couple of weeks, ranging from 11 to 16 cases identified in May. For the week of May 16th that we just finished, when I ran this data 2 days ago, we've identified about 14 cases. I want to comment on recent cases. So in the last month and a half or so, the cases have, the racial and ethnic background of cases has mirrored the county racial ethnic composition. So 68% of cases have been white, non-Hispanic. About 20% of cases have been Latino or Hispanic, and then I think maybe 1 or 2 cases were identified in people of other racial or ethnic identities. In terms of age, half of cases were among people 20 to 54 years, and they represent about 1/3 of the population, but made up about 50% of the cases, which is what we've seen through most of the pandemic. And then we continue to see cases who live throughout Lake County. Does not seem to be concentrated in one particular area, so a handful of cases throughout the county. Shifting to vaccination coverage, about 28,500 people are at least partially vaccinated. This is 52% of Lake County residents 12 years of age and older. So I think when we were here 2 weeks ago, we may have still been reporting on the percentage 16 years of age and older, and now that 12 to 15-year-olds are eligible, we'll now be reporting 12 years of age and older moving forward. So 52% of the eligible population is at least partially or fully vaccinated. Compared to California, 63% of Californians 12 years of age and older are at least partially or fully vaccinated. So in Lake County, about 43% of people 12 years of age and older, or about almost 24,000 people, are fully vaccinated. And now, like Dr. Bloom said, still trying to work towards that 70 to 80% coverage for herd immunity. So wanted to look at where we could target to improve vaccination coverage throughout the county. So we've shared these data previously. We can see in this collection of zip codes, 95422, 95423, And these other 4, we have a lower percentage of vaccine coverage, about 39% of the population living there, at least partially vaccinated, compared to 50% of residents 12 years of age or older in zip codes like 95426, 95451, and the other 4. But I wanted to drill down to give us a better sense of where we still, where we could focus on improving vaccination coverage. So the data on the right shows zip code, the percent with at least 1 dose, and the estimated number of people 12 years in age of older who live in this zip code. I excluded 2 zip codes where fewer than 500 people live. So you can see here that in zip code 95422, 36% of people 12 years of age or older have received at least 1 dose, so about 1 in 3 eligible people. And the total estimated population in this zip code is nearly 13,000 people. So I think 95422 clearly is a community or an area where public health and healthcare and community efforts could target, has the largest share of the population. The eligible population has the lowest vaccination coverage and would need about 4,500 more people in this zip code to reach about 70% coverage. And then I've highlighted a handful of other communities or zip codes, excuse me, that have a lower vaccination rate than the county average, where about 2,000 to 3,000 people of the eligible population live. Now we'll look, after targeting opportunities to target geographically, we'll look by race ethnicity, and we're seeing among Latinos and white non-Hispanics fairly similar vaccine coverage at 43 and 45%. And by age group, we can see obviously with 12 to 17-year-olds becoming newly eligible, there's a lot of work to be done to vaccinate the younger population. Only 4% as of last week were partially or fully vaccinated. And we can see still tremendous work to be done to target 18 to 49-year-olds, where only about 1 in 3 are partially or fully vaccinated. Continue to see increases in the 50 to 64-year-old population to become vaccinated at 64% as of last week. And want to note here, and I'll show on the next slide, 60% of people 65 and older are fully or partially vaccinated. And this is really, progress here is really slowed. You can see that here by this graph. So this is looking at fully vaccinated over time. And the pink is population 65 and older. So you can see that that's really started to slow. So I would just, in closing, say I think there's great opportunity to target where 18 to 49-year-olds, they make up the largest share of the county's population. Only about 1 in 3 are at least partially protected through the vaccine. I think it's also obviously an opportunity to reach teenagers. And then I think geographically looking at 95422 and other zip codes with a lower percentage of people who've received the vaccine would help address and increase vaccination coverage throughout the county. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Dr. Bloom.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. So just to discuss a little bit more, am I on mute? Nope.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Just to discuss a little bit more regarding the cases. Obviously, as we've been drilling home, we're in a good place at this moment with the cases. Cases still exist. We're still having them. We had 15 cases over the past week, but they are certainly low. The state's numbers are a little bit lower than our numbers, but essentially, considering we are a small county, we're about the same. I would be remiss if I did not mention that there have been a couple of cases after vaccination, which have been identified at this point, which is expected as no vaccine is 100% protective. And these vaccines are highly protective, but certainly not 100%. And so we have had a couple of cases, literally a couple. But that being said, the cases have been either asymptomatic cases, meaning it was a test that was positive, but the patient did not have symptoms for COVID-19, or that the patient did have symptoms with COVID-19, but that they were mild and not anywhere towards the severe area of symptoms, which is what we would expect, and which is why the vaccine is our greatest form of protection at this point. The tier that we are in, as I mentioned, is orange. Sarah mentioned is orange. And the tier that we will be until June 15th, for all intents and purposes, is orange. So at June 15th, when all of the tiers go away, we will have common sense measures. Wear a mask if it makes you comfortable. If you're in a situation where you feel that a mask is appropriate and necessary, then go ahead, feel comfortable to wear a mask, and take precautions because the virus is still here. There's only a little of it because we've done such a good job, but it is still circulating in the county. So we have to be reasonable so that we don't give it safe harbor to grow and infect more people. That being said, for larger events, such as indoor events greater than 5,000 people, outdoor events greater than 10,000 people, there will be some restrictions, as those are very high risk for communicable spread. And those restrictions are on the California DPH website, and they will be a requirement for asking regarding vaccination status or a negative COVID-19 test prior to entry to those events. As far as the vaccine rollout, so as I mentioned before, the vaccine rollout is moving along. There are plenty of places in the county to get vaccine, to get scheduled to get vaccine or to walk in. And again, there have been some hiccups with that, but those problems are being addressed currently. The mass drive-through sites have been now closed for about 2 weeks. And those were being directed by the Department of Public Health, and now the Department of Public Health has been working on focusing our targeted efforts towards certain areas for the most work. As Sarah had mentioned and has discussed, those are 3 specific areas. That is the 18 to 49 age group, the 65 plus age group, and the HPI 1 group, which encompasses those zip codes which were specifically discussed during Sarah's presentation. So again, just to be specific, the 18 to 49 age group has about 66% of that population not vaccinated, and that is a very large population. So that is where we are going to be focusing efforts, as well as the 65 plus population, which has a decent number of people vaccinated, but are at the highest risk for illness if you get sick. So that population still has about 40% unvaccinated folks. So we would like to target that population as well and try to increase that vaccination percentage as much as possible. The ways that we are doing that and that we have been discussing moving forward it's really a multi-pronged approach. So we want to make our efforts as effective and as targeted as possible, which is to target those who are access limited, who want the vaccination, or who have been thinking about the vaccination, but have been unable to do it for whatever various access limitation reason. There are areas on the My Turn website that you can go on to say, hey, listen, I want the vaccine, but I can't get to any of the locations for whatever reason, and I'm interested in getting it in my home. So you can note that and then we do get that information at the Department of Public Health. There has been very low uptake of that option or that request to date. So if you fall into that category, then please go and request that, and then we can get a better idea of the numbers that we have and what the needs will be so that we can get that vaccination to you. Also, we want to provide a further, we're thinking of further mobile clinics or pop-up clinics in areas of need so that even though you may not be access limited, you will have greater access and there will be greater ease to obtain the vaccination within your geographic locale. And again, specifically, we'll be targeting those specific areas that I mentioned before in those zip codes. Furthermore, we want to increase communication and messaging on a targeted basis towards populations that are under-vaccinated at this point, and we'll be working to do that. And certainly, schools are on the list of the locations that may be vaccination points in the future to further gain some progress within that 12-plus area and families of those folks who are 12 years of age and older. We also are looking at further involving the two health systems within the county, as they do have resources, including mobile resources that we can utilize and flex to further get the vaccine out there, and also we're in further discussions, or hope to be, I should say, in further discussions, to further talk about ways to use de-identified data to possibly get further granularity of data on where our efforts need to be and how we can incrementally improve our vaccination numbers, as we still have plenty of work to do, as we're still behind the state. But I think that we certainly can get our numbers up slowly but surely. So our conclusion is that our cases remain low. The tier is orange and will be until June 15th, when we move beyond the blueprint to just common sense measures, except for those mega site requirements that I mentioned. And use your common sense. You know, don't be silly. The virus is still out there. If you're vaccinated for a reason, and you can absolutely have a greater sense of safety when you are moving about the county. And that is the whole reason to get vaccinated, to protect yourself and to protect your loved ones. But still, use your common sense. Wear a mask when you feel like a mask is appropriate. And until June 15th, though, we'll still be under the recommendations that we are currently operating. Vaccine demand has decreased, and we'll be working with those various methods to try to increase incrementally that demand and that vaccination coverage. And currently, approximately 52% of Lake County is at least partially vaccinated. Our goal still remains 70%. There are plenty of places to get vaccinated, as I mentioned before. Pharmacies, Safeway, Adventist, Sutter, OptumServe sites. So please seek those out if you have been thinking about getting vaccinated. Go on, make an appointment. And again, if vaccine is available, which it should be, as we're working to make sure that that is the case, there should be some walk-in availability at these locations as well. If you're in the area and you want to walk in and see if they have the vaccine to get the vaccine, go for it. Lastly, the Department of Public Health has been working on strategies and is continuing to work on strategies to operationalize our targeted approach to incrementally increase our vaccination coverage in the county. And that is our current and future work regarding COVID-19 at this time. That is all. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloom. Any questions from the board for Dr. Bloom? Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. I'm just wondering if we have data on the positive cases for the age ranges, and are we seeing severe cases as well?
Severe cases in general, or severe cases that are you're just talking about general positives?
Yeah, general positives. who are the people that are still contracting it, and have we seen any severe cases of those?
Sure. So the people and the cases who are contracting it generally are in that middle age group. I'm talking about in general. Obviously, it spans the age range, including some children, but the great majority are in that middle age range that we're discussing, the 18 to the 49 or slightly older age range, unexpectedly, as those are the people who are mostly out and about in the community and have more interactions. If you would like further details on that, I can certainly get the data for you. As far as severe cases, there are still some severe cases depending on the person who gets it. Again, unfortunately, this virus is unpredictable, and certainly there are people that are at greater risk, those people that have comorbid medical conditions, diabetes, hypertension, lung disease, heart disease. However, that being said, sometimes you don't have any comorbid conditions and can get a severe case. We have certainly seen a decline in those types of cases in this county, and a number of the cases are mild to moderate symptomatology and don't require hospitalization, but we are still intermittently seeing here and there people that do require hospitalization.
Thank you. So my next question is about the senior centers and as they're going to be opening up, and what protocols are going to be in place or requirements for vaccines and testing for seniors to be beginning to mingle more?
That is a great question, and I don't want to misspeak regarding that, so I can get you specifics on that, on the senior centers themselves. And I want to get back to you regarding that. I can certainly speak from what has been discussed before, but I don't want to say something that is incorrect. So I will get back to you regarding the specifics.
Great, thank you. And I know we hit it hard with the senior centers in the beginning, but you know, as seniors start to come back out into the population and show up at senior centers, I think that's another opportunity to help with vaccinations. You know, if there's a mobile site that could go to the senior center, if new seniors are interacting, because we still have that high amount of seniors in our county that haven't been vaccinated.
Absolutely.
Any other comment from supervisors? So I have a question, and I appreciate the hard work that public health has done to try and make sure that we continuously have vaccines available. And I know that was a little bit of a hiccup. I'm just curious, what is the protocol for communication for that? Are people being automatically reappointed, created a new appointment? Are they being contacted? I'm just kind of curious. I want to make sure those people who had an appointment to get a vaccine are not falling through the cracks and are kind of moving along.
Right. So, excuse me. My apologies. Good question. Thank you very much. So the people who were having appointments and were unable to receive the vaccine because of a lack of supply at that time should be recontacted. Now, the different vaccine outlets within the county are run slightly differently. And so certain outlets are run through contractors, certain outlets are run through corporate institutions. And so the way that the contacting of the participants who have appointments or who are walk-ins is a little bit different depending on the way that specific site is run. That being said, that's part of our outreach, and there have been many emails back and forth and conversations regarding the hiccups that we had to make sure that they're not happening again. And that is part of that conversation. So that process, that communication process, will be confirmed, as well as internal communication processes regarding if there is a low amount of vaccine or if there is an anticipated lack of vaccine, so that we have, again, hammered out our initial and then backup communication processes so that this does not happen again.
Okay, thank you for that. The other part is that there's a bunch of vaccine sites throughout the county, and I was just going through my turn real quick while you were speaking and doing your presentation, and the only spots that show anything is Adventist Health Clear Lake and Safeway Pharmacy in Lakeport. Is there a way that we can make sure that either A, they're not showing up because maybe there's no availability and so I just don't see it, but I've been looking at a couple days in a row and I've never seen OptumServe pop up, I've never seen Walmart pop up, and I know those are two locations at least in the southern area of the Lake County. And I'm wondering if we can make sure that My Turn has every single one of those facilities that are available to provide vaccines rather than just a couple or few that may be on the list.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, so oftentimes the appointment slots are taken, but they should still be showing. So I will absolutely look into that and make sure that that is the case. Thank you.
Okay. And then there is something that will probably happen on June 15th, where the state will reduce, obviously the tiered system will go away and will reduce the guidelines where you don't have to wear masks anymore. I believe the mask mandate is also going away. And I just want to make sure and make this public. Please respect the decisions and choices of each business and how they want to proceed after June 15th. Some people may still require their clients to come in and wear a mask, and some people may not. And I think that we just need to be respectful of whichever choices business are making at that point. I just wanted to make that. Also, I believe that there are some changes coming up to our website where we'll no longer be doing a daily update. I was wondering if you can say something along those about that.
Absolutely, and thank you for that reminder. So because the cases have been low, the case numbers have been low for a number of weeks, and because we are moving to a different section of this pandemic and going beyond the blueprint, we have had discussions with our epidemiologists and within the Department of Public Health that instead of updating the numbers every day, because we feel that it's a lot of work and not entirely necessary, that the numbers on the website, the case numbers, rates, will be updated. We will obviously have the numbers, but they will be updated slightly less, and actually will be updated only twice a week. Sarah, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, thanks. And I'll just add to what Dr. Bloom said. The state site, covid19.ca.gov, will continue to have daily updates for all counties, including Lake County. So if people are interested in seeing the daily updates, it will continue to be reported. That's cases, daily case rate, testing positivity, testing rate on the state site. We'll continue to monitor the data on a daily basis. But because, of course, as we all know, through this pandemic, there's lags with testing results, a daily update I just don't feel is warranted anymore with declining numbers. Again, we'll be monitoring it internally. If there is a change that we feel like there's an increase in cases or something else happening, we will certainly look at that and can shift back to more frequent reporting. But moving it past June 15th, and in preparation for that, feel like twice a week is a good cadence. And I'm happy also to take any more questions on that.
Thank you for that. And my last part is based on the numbers that we show on the site. I know that it's very confusing because on the site there's a link to that covid19.ca.gov. You can go to the dashboard and look at every county and see what their status is for testing, for deaths, for cases. But the state of California has a different case number than we do. And I know that we've Other counties have had problems with numbers not matching, and they've had to provide numbers to the state in order to reduce. I know that Merced County was the last one that had this battle with the state to try and reduce them from purple to red, saying these numbers aren't correct. We're so close. We're at 2.1% positivity rate, and I know that it has to last for at least 2 weeks before we can move on to yellow. And I just wish that we can move on to yellow in order to finally get to June 15th rather than jumping off the edge of orange into nothing. And so I just want to make sure that if those numbers don't match, what are the correct numbers? Is it the ones that we show on our side? Is it what they show on their side? And if that number that we find is the correct number, does that reduce us to a place where we would be eligible? And in fact, now that I think about it, we're not because of the vaccination rate. So that is an absolute moot point, and I won't go into that, information.
I'll just comment on that, that yes, there have been, and like you said, many counties discrepancies, what counties have reported and what the state reports for counties. We've always been like within 10 to 20 cases. So a relatively small number. There's a couple reasons why. The blueprint rules clearly define what's counted as a case, what's not. So the blueprint excludes prisoners, for example, who test positive. And we have our algorithm that's slightly different. What I found throughout since I've been supporting Lake County is actually, in many cases, the state will report a slightly lower daily case rate than what I'm seeing with our inclusion criteria. So it's always been a lower rate. So I think that's positive. And again, I'll continue to watch it so that if there are any major discrepancies, it'll be resolved. And yeah, I'll end it there. And to your point, because Lake County is more than 5% below the state's vaccination coverage, and given you'd need 2 weeks, and we don't have that this week, and then we're 3 weeks to June 15th, I won't see any movement. I don't expect seeing any movement to yellow, unfortunately, before then.
Thank you very much. And that's the rest of my questions. Any further questions from board members before we open up? Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Bloom. Yeah, I just had a question. You mentioned something about youth and adolescents and the vaccination. Is that being encouraged right now, or is that scheduled to be encouraged soon?
Oh no, that is absolutely being encouraged right now. It's as we mentioned in the data when you actually looked at the age ranges, that only about 4% of youth and adolescents are covered. That would be 12 years old plus, covered with vaccination, and that is being currently encouraged. That is being offered. It's just that is newer. Certainly is newer and has only been available for the past few weeks. So certainly the vaccination coverage of that group is lagging behind the rest of the groups that we've seen because we just weren't able to do it as it wasn't approved by the CDC, by the FDA. So that being said, that is being encouraged at this time in answer to your question.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure because also knowing that there's a low number of adolescents or kids being diagnosed with COVID-19, it's also to ensure that they're not becoming asymptomatic and passing it to seniors or whoever has comorbidities. And I highlight these things just because I heard you say it and I just thought it out, and I just wanted to reassure and reaffirm.
Absolutely, and I want to be clear as well that children are getting it. We are seeing here and there children with COVID-19. Again, they may not be sick besides maybe a cough or a fever, and some children do get quite sick. It's just not very common that is the case. But as we know, it is a highly transmissible disease. And so then the child, unfortunately, can spread that disease to everybody in the household where there are older folks who can get significantly more ill.
Thank you.
And I don't see any further comments or questions, so let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody in the boardroom have a public comment on this item? All right, let's go ahead and move on over to the Zoom room, and we have Teodora Doncheva. Let's go ahead and unmute if we can, please, Jake.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Teodora Doncheva. I live in Hidden Valley Lake. Thank you so much for your time and for your service. I would like to add my voice to that of Dr. Will Tuttle. I believe you have been hearing from him every week. I hope you have been following up with the information he has been providing to you. There are many more of us around who are very concerned about this widespread one size fits all promotion of an experimental product with so many unknowns about it. As you know, these vaccines have not been approved by the FDA. They have only got an emergency use authorization. And there are, I believe, about 4,000 reported deaths and about 15,000 or more serious and critical adverse effects, meaning hospitalizations or ER visits. Without going so much into detail about how imperfect VAERS is as a reporting system, there likely are a lot more adverse effects. Any other vaccine would have been pulled off the market a long time ago. And instead, what do? We now promote it to kids, the one group that almost never gets sick with the virus. And by the way, even with the vaccine, the virus can be spread. So this is just unthinkable to me. With all the data showing potential risks, short-term and long-term, like vaccine-induced immune enhancement or autoimmune diseases. So please consider all the data that is available, and I will be following up with an email with more information shortly. Please think twice before deciding to implement vaccine passports or digital certificates in order for people to participate with society. Instead, please focus your attention and efforts on promoting prevention and early treatment. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Just want to make sure that everyone's aware that we have not had a single conversation here in the county about vaccine passports. So saying that we shouldn't do it is just kind of jumping the gun on something that has not been discussed. It is being debated in other areas, and it is being debated also at the state, but it has not moved forward at this time. So let's not talk of things that aren't real at this moment in time. Let's move on to phone 6205.
Good morning. This is Bart Levinson. I have a specific question for Dr. Bloom. On KZYX Mendocino Radio, they have been having public service announcements about a mobile vaccination unit, van, that's been available for a couple of months now. It goes to individuals, it goes to businesses, and they advertise. Can Dr. Bloom please verify what exactly is available now in Lake County? The ads on KCYX say they're funded by NCO, and if NCO is involved, are they involved also in funding a mobile vaccination unit for Lake County?
Dr. Bloom, if you could respond, please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that comment. So at this time, there is not a mobile vaccination unit from the Department of Public Health going around to businesses or being advertised on the radio. There are resources in Lake County to go around and do mobile vaccinations, and I absolutely appreciate you pointing out the communication on the radio that has been out in other counties, as well as the funding source. However, that is not what is going on in Lake County at this time. So with our efforts, we want to make sure that the the vaccination efforts that are being put out there with either a mobile vaccination unit, which has lots of logistics behind it, or with certain pop-up sites at a business or at a senior center or in a certain zip code, will have the best chance of uptake. As we only have certain resources and we don't have a huge unlimited supply of resources, and we want to put those resources where they will be most efficient and most effective. So that being said, I absolutely appreciate that. I'm very happy to hear that there is a bunch of communication regarding a mobile vaccination resource that is going around to different businesses to help put the vaccine out there. And there have been many discussions within our county of the different types of mobile sources that we may end up utilizing, and if they actually, we anticipate that they actually will help to increase vaccination coverage. And again, that ranges from utilizing resources with our partners from Sutter or our partners from Adventist, or our EMS partners, or our Department of Public Health trailer, or getting, or purchasing, actually, we're looking at purchasing a mobile unit, mobile clinic unit. So there are certainly a number of these specific mobile resources that have been discussed, and we are going forward and looking at the best way to reach our population using those units. But currently, to answer your question, we do not have that resource out and about at this time.
Thank you very much for your response, Dr. Bloom. Any further comments from, we have Will Tuttle.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you all very much for all of your efforts to keep Lake County people healthy and safe. So I'd like to follow up with what Dr. Bloom was saying, that we should use our common sense. And I think this is really the problem, that we're not using our common sense, essentially. We have a situation, I just heard you saying that you're targeting 18 to 49-year-olds to take a vaccine that is not really a vaccine. As we know, it's an experimental genetic modification protocol that is having devastating impacts. For over 4,200 deaths, over 225,000 injuries have been reported to VAERS, which is notorious for underreporting deaths and injuries. And the 18 to 49-year-old risk of death from COVID is minuscule. It's 99.98% survival rate. So we're causing tremendous risk. That's the real risk, is from these injections. And according to all the animal trials, which basically kill the animals, it happened quite a bit later. And we have quite a few experts saying that in 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years, we're going to see lots of deaths from these. And so I think people who are vaccine hesitant at this point are not just hesitant. It's like, if someone doesn't want to get raped, you can call them hesitant, but they're not hesitant. They don't want it. They don't want to be harmed. And we have a situation, I think you're all aware of it, I've said it before, where the pharmaceutical industry has captured the educational system a long time ago, the governmental agencies, as well as the mainstream media, and a fear pandemic has been planned and is being rolled out. And we're all victims of that. This is a pyramidal structure that's been rolling out. And you folks, I don't blame anybody. I mean, certainly don't blame Dr. Bloom. I know going through the whole training, you just have to do what they tell you. But you folks, really, in many ways, as the supervisors, are also victims, but you're also perpetrators in the sense that you're causing terrible things to happen. I mean, and lockdowns. The churches are still, people still can't go to church. We're human beings. We need touch, we need hugs, we need to be able to breathe. Our body only has 4 main ways of eliminating toxins, right? We have our bladder, our bowel, and our skin, and our breath. And most of the toxins come out of our breath. We're forced to wear masks. We're inhaling toxins. We're getting hyperpenia and hypoxia. And we're really harming children psychologically. I mean, this is devastating economically. It's a massive transfer of wealth. It's being rolled out, and you're really the only defense that we have as residents. So again, I just appeal to you to please do your homework. Use common sense. Think about this.
Mr. Tuttle, your 3 minutes are up.
Survival
Please
rate is
finish.
much less. Okay, I'll wrap it up. But thank you very much. And I really appreciate your making an effort to do more research and get outside of the box that is given to us by the media. Thank you.
I need to make a quick statement. I don't know how to say this kindly, but to compare a freedom of choice to get a vaccine to having a choice of being raped is a very, very, very horrible analogy that I hope you never use again, and I don't want to hear again either. So please, you have your right to have your freedom of speech, but I have my right to tell you that is probably one of the most inappropriate things I've heard in a very long time. Supervisor Scott?
That was absolutely disgusting. I normally don't speak up for things like this, but comparing a vaccine to being raped, that was probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard here.
And it's a weekly situation of Dr. Tuttle coming on here and speaking to us. I would typically ask Dr. Bloom to respond today, but at this point, I would just like to move on. So, Dr. Bloom, if you don't mind, unless you really feel the need to respond to that, I think we're going to move on.
There is one thing that I would like to respond to,
Okay.
if you don't mind. One specific thing. This actually two. First of all, the term of genetic modification, variants, or I'm not sure exactly the language that was used, but it is not a genetic modification. There is no DNA being modified by these vaccines. They are RNA vaccines. RNA makes a protein and then gets degraded in the body and goes away. The protein is what the body's immune system then identifies. The protein that is being made is part of the spike protein on the coronavirus itself. And therefore, the body can identify that protein later if it becomes infected, and it can respond to it appropriately. So there is not a DNA modification. These vaccines are not modifying the genetics of your body. It goes away. It is not staying in your genetic makeup. So I want to be absolutely clear about that and dispel any myths about that, because that is very important for people to know and to have the correct information about how these vaccinations work. And I use the word vaccinations because that is what they are. They are vaccinations. They confer immunity, and that is what they are. It is not something nefarious going on. And the virus doesn't care about what you call it. The virus wants to live and wants to infect and wants to be in your body. And when your body has never seen this virus before, it needs help. And these vaccinations are the tool that we have based on science to help you and to help your body to defend itself against this virus and the horribleness that can happen if you get a severe case of it. So that is all that I want to say, and I won't go any further into it, but to say that that is what the vaccination is, not a genetic modification tool. It is mRNA, which then is degraded by your body. It makes a protein for your body to recognize, which is then degraded, and then you have a memory. Your body has a memory of that protein. So when it sees it again, if it sees it in the version of the virus that you unfortunately, hopefully are not infected with, but if you do become infected, then you will be able to respond to it because your body has seen it before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. Okay. I see we have another comment from phone 6478. Please let us know your name.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for having this weekly event. And my
If we
name
can get
is
your name.
Madeline.
Oh, sorry. I just cut you off when you were saying.
Yes. And I like to really say something like this so-called vaccination has so many side effects besides dying. And there is another much better solution with this hydroxychloroquine and many more. And there are medical MDs who have 100% of success. So we shouldn't be so afraid to eventually get that COVID-19. So that's really not the end of the world, because within a few days one can cure it. And usually, like in the beginning, like Dr. Fauci said, that we like to get herd immunity, and this would mean that we would get it, and then we're done with it. So I just like to say this, and I thank you very much for hearing my voice.
Thank you for your comment. For about 580,000 people, it was the end of their world. Let's go ahead and see if there's any further public comments. And I see none, so let's bring it back. Any further comments from the board? Dr. Bloom, Sarah, thank you very much for your presentation today, and thank you for the work that you continue to do.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead. I feel the need to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to take a 5-minute break so that we can set up for the presentation coming up, item 6.3. I'll go ahead and read it aloud right now. It's our 9:30 a.m. Consideration of a progress report of the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project. And B, consideration of letter of intent for Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project for the Army Corps of Engineers. Jake, if you can work with Director De Leon or Deputy Director Marina Deligianis to make sure we have that ready to go. When we come back, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break and come back at 10:25. Thank you. So if we can try to reconvene the meeting. There seems to be a line at the coffee shop. And we are waiting on one more person. Okay, do we have the 6.3 presentation ready to go?
Yes, we do.
You need to share your screen and that's it? Yep. Okay, let's go ahead and pop up that shared screen and then I'll do a quick introduction. So obviously we all know that the Middle Creek Restoration Project has been a long-term project here in the county. I believe it started, seriously started around 1994. We had some original funds to get some properties, and that we ran out of money at one point, and then we got more money not too long ago in 2018, created this new committee that Supervisor Crandall and myself are on to make sure that we see progress and keep the wheels moving. We will get a presentation today from Deputy Director Delagianis. And I believe also one of our committee members, Peter Windrum, will be speaking as well. I just want to kind of set the tone for the presentation. This has been an arduous project for us to pursue. It's an important project as it has a huge impact on our lake, the water quality, potentially our economy as a whole, and we need to keep moving forward. We need to keep pushing through. But it does not come without some difficulties. So we will be talking about some of those difficulties today. We will be talking about some of our successes today. And then we're also going to be talking about some of our future plans or ideas of things that we can do to help move things forward. So without further ado, Deputy Director Delagianis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Sabatier. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Delagianis. I serve as the Deputy Water Resources Director for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, and I will be joined by my colleague Peter Windrum, who also serves on the committee, and I will introduce him at the end of this presentation. So again, I will be touching base today with you guys regarding the Middle Creek Project Progress Report. Again, thank you, Chair Sabatier, for that wonderful introduction. So just a very quick overview of what the project is. So the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project, also referred to as Project, and a super long acronym, once completed will eliminate flood risk and will restore damaged habitat and the water quality of the Clear Lake watershed. So the reconnection of this large, previously reclaimed area as a functional wetland is anticipated to have a significant effect on the watershed health and the water quality of Clear Lake. So the project location is at the north end of Clear Lake in the area bounded by State Highway and Rodman Slough. So as we know, Clear Lake is a large, natural, shallow, eutrophic lake, meaning that it is super nutrient rich. The Scotts Creek and Middle Creek watersheds, which comprise approximately 1/2 of the Clear Lake watershed, drain through the Rodman Slough adjacent to the project area. So these two watersheds provide 57% of the inflow and 71% of the phosphorus floating to Clear Lake. So 1,400 acres of the reclaimed wetlands are located in the project area. As you can see, this wonderful aerial photography photograph, which was taken way back when, this is Rodman Slough, when we see the mouth of Rodman Slough entering our wonderful lake. I would also like to highlight the project goals, which of course include flood risk reduction, water quality improvement, habitat restoration, and there's also a large cultural importance of this project, as well as Bloody Island, which is the historical site of the gruesome Bloody Island massacre, is located within this project area. Continue on. So I would like to highlight some of our key stakeholders with our project. So to our left, we have the Army Corps of Engineers. They serve as the federal sponsor. The Lake County Watershed Protection District, we serve as the local sponsor. The California Department of Water Resources, they have provided funds for us, which I will dive deep into later. And then we also work closely with Robinson Rancheria, Pomo of Indians, Upper Pomo of Upper Lake Kabimoto Tribe, and then the Middle Creek Coalition. So here is a very in-depth timeline. I apologize for the small font, but I would just like to highlight some of the key dates. So as Chair Sabatier had stated, this project has been ongoing. And it all started back between the 1918 and 1933 when the levees in the project area were constructed by private interest. It wasn't until 1958 that the Army Corps of Engineers became involved. In 1966, the district accepted the levees. And then some of the other key important dates, in 2003, we were first awarded funds from the California Department of Water Resources for funds to move this project along. In July of 2019, we again signed a new a grant agreement with DWR, which is agreement number 4600129946 for funding for the Middle Creek flood damage reduction ecosystem restoration project, again, which I will be touching base on the specifics of that grant. In 2019, the district signed an agreement for professional services with Paragon Partners for the acquisition. In November of 2019, we completed our environmental site assessments, which is required to do the acquisitions as outlined by our funds from the state. In September of 2019, the board elected to form the Middle Creek Project Committee, which again, we have one of our committee members, Peter Windrum, who will be touching base with us later. And then also December of 2020, monument consultant, we also onboarded another, so we have 2 consultants right now for the acquisition of these parcels. Again, we're just going to keep chugging along until we continue on successfully completing this project. So this slide outlines the tentative project design. So although we are far from actually completing the project design, in 1995, Lake County requested the Army Corps of Engineers assist the county in evaluating the project to reduce flood risk and improve water quality. So the Corps did undertake the project under Environmental Restoration Authority. We were authorized to provide up to 65% of the construction costs. In May of 1997, a reconnaissance study was completed by the Army Corps of Engineers where they established that the project was practical and that there was federal interest in pursuing the project. In 1999, the Corps began a feasibility study, which you can see the front page of this document, and we do have this document available if any folks are interested in reading that. You can get that on our website. I'm more than happy to share that as well. So in the study, they outlined different tentative plans. We called them alternative plans, and they did select that alternative number 2 would be the highest priority and the best suit for this project once we actually do get boots on the ground, shovel ready. Again, we're far from this, but this is the tentative anticipated design of the project once it is ready to be completed. So moving on, again, I would like to just touch base on the Middle Creek Project Committee, which was formed in 2019. So the committee's vision is a completed project that protects persons and property from flooding, restores natural habitat for fishes and wildlife, improves the water quality of Clear Lake, and creates a recreation area for the residents and visitors to Lake County. Over here on the right, we have a meeting pre-COVID when we were able to meet with Congressman Garamendi and Assemblywoman Steele Aguilar-Curry, where we were able to show them the project site. It was a very productive meeting. And shortly after, we did have another project site location with the Army Corps of Engineers. We're hoping in the future, when it's safe again, we can bring more folks to the project area, have them get a better feel for the actual project at hand, the work that's completed, and the work to be done. So on this project committee, we have monthly meetings on the first Monday of every month. You can find those meetings. They are open to the public. We have that on the Water Resources website. We also post that information on the downstairs bulletin board and on our Water Resources website as well. They are taking place via Zoom. We don't anticipate that changing anytime soon, but again, crossing our fingers. So on that committee, we have Supervisor Eddie Crandall, Chair Bruno Sabatier, myself, also Scott De Leon, and then 2 committee members, Harry Lyons, and then Peter Windrum. They serve on the Restoration Coalition. All right, so just diving into the funding, right now we are currently working under agreement number 4600129946 with California Department of Water Resources. We were awarded this grant in 2019. We have until March 30th, 2022. We are working on an extension, which I will be bringing up here in a moment. So with this grant, we were awarded $15 million from DWR. It is broken down. Although we have $15 million, we have a little under, we have a little over 9 million for the actual acquisition of these parcels. Again, with that, we also have administrative. So the cost it takes for staff, onboarding consultants, working with consultants, doing grant management. We do have to submit quarterly progress reports to the state to outline to them that we are properly utilizing these funds. Same with groundwork, et cetera. So maintenance of these parcels that we acquire as well. So we have used $997,100 in acquisitions in 2020, and we are working with a little over $2 million in the next 4 months. Again, I will get deeper into the parcels that we are acquiring, but in the next few months, we'll be bringing those parcels to be acquired to the board for approval. Again, working with our consultants, working with those parcel owners, working with the state to move this along. That, has in a sense caused some turbulence in the sense of just communicating with the state. COVID has been difficult. The state, for the most part, has been working from home, so it's been difficult getting documents to them, especially when you have to send checks back and forth. But we are working through those road bumps, and we are moving along. All right, so our parcels to be acquired. Here is a snippet from this current grant that we have with DWR. We have a little under 30 parcels left to acquire. We are hitting our priority parcels as well. In 2020, we did acquire 2 parcels that were huge successes for our project. And then we have roughly 18 partial parcel acquisitions that we are currently working with, getting legals and plats for those. This document outlines the land acquisition steps as required by DWR. So again, we do have to follow what is required by DWR as we are using their state monies to acquire these parcels. We have to get approval, funnel all the communications, all the appraisals, et cetera, through our project manager at DWR. And what I would like to bring up now is a parcel map that our AmeriCorps Civic Spark fellow Liam Healy has worked very well on, and I definitely commend him for his efforts. This has been a big undertaking. So with this map, it showcases the parcels in the project area. We have the rough project boundary right here in the yellow. The darker parcels are the parcels that have been acquired by the district already. So again, once these parcels are acquired, it is the responsibility of the district to maintain these projects, close escrow, et cetera. All the fun stuff that parcel acquisitions does take. Now, these red parcels show our priority parcels. These are the parcels that we'll be bringing to the board in the next few months. Again, we are diligently working with these parcel owners to complete the acquisition. We've been working closely with our consultants. So we're making major headway on that. I'm going to put on this layer. So this layer shows the anticipated partial parcels that we are working with to get those boundaries confirmed. The yellow shows the partial parcels of these parcels that we will be acquiring. This layer does showcase the 2 different consultants that we have on board. Again, we have Paragon Partners and then Monument. So Paragon Partners is right here in the pink, and then Monument is the yellow. We decided to break it up to two different consultants just because of staff turnover that the 2 different consulting firms were experiencing previously. And of course, we brought this before the board with our, with the process of how we're going to bring these consultants on board, et cetera. Both of these consultants have experience working with this project in the past, especially Paragon Partners. And then with this, we also can just see the flood zone, district levies, and the MA-17 levies. So this is a super fun map to play around. And I will keep this up if we need to come back to it, all sorts of different layers. And there's a lot going on, but there's a lot of information, a lot of moving pieces to this project. So moving forward, the next steps, again, we have a long way to go, but we have been successful to date. We have a long road ahead of us. I'm hitting some road bumps, but we are moving forward. So again, just to continue to secure project funding, whether that be at the federal level, the state level, et cetera. Continue with land acquisitions. This is us, our department's highest priority. Again, we have this very quick timeline that is approaching with our current agreement. With that, I am working on a letter of request for extensions for our current agreement with the state. And one thing that I would like to offer to the board is a letter of support that I'd be more than happy to bring to the board at the next board meeting if the board is in favor of our request for extensions, and if the board feels comfortable writing a letter of support for this request of extensions. That would be awesome if we could get that support. I'm more than happy to bring that up to the next board meeting. And again, just continue conversations with our stakeholders. That includes the tribes, PG&E, Caltrans, and Army Corps. And again, just have our continued monthly meetings with our Middle Creek project and moving things forward. But again, our priority right now with the district is getting these parcels to be acquired. Even if for request for extension was deemed appropriate by the state, and we were awarded that. We still have a project to complete, and we are not holding back by any means. We're working diligently, working with all the moving pieces and trying to get the job done in the most appropriate and effective manner. So before I do open it up for questions, I would like to pass it over to Peter Windrum, Middle Creek Project Committee member and representative, for his insights of the project and some key points he would like to share with the Board of Supervisors.
And
so with that being
I'm
said,
gonna ask that we wait for that, because in 1 minute I'm gonna interrupt, and I don't want to interrupt Mr. Windrum in the middle of his presentation. I do want to add on there, you may have mentioned it, but I just want to make sure that it's highlighted that one of the things that we needed to do that was something that we kind of had to walk backwards a little bit to fix was the environmental, was it the environmental survey, the ESAs, what does that stand for again?
The environmental site assessments.
Yes. So the environmental site assessments needed to be done prior to getting all of the appraisals done. And so we did 2 contracts with 2 separate companies. Those were actually done fairly quickly. And so all of the properties have had their environmental assessments done, which means that now it's really on the appraisal side. And the appraisal side is what's been taking quite a while. I know there's even been some hiccups because some of the properties were used for duck hunting. We did not want to send appraisers in the middle of duck hunting season. That would maybe not have ended up in a good way. So there's definitely been some slight issues here or there to delay things as we move forward. I'm just going to interrupt real quick. It is 10:45 a.m. I would like to, we're going to come back in less than a minute. At 10:45 a.m. we have our item 6.6, which is our public hearing, appeal of vicious animal abatement case number 859. I just want to say that this will be moved to a later date. I'm going to ask CAO Hutchinson to give us a specific date and time of when this will be moved, as she was looking into that.
Yeah, so JT Armis may want to come to the microphone as well, but it's my understanding that it's been requested that we continue this to a date certain. The date staff was proposing is June 15th. It can be at whatever time your board wishes at this point. That calendar is open.
Yes, from my understanding, sorry, Jonathan Armis, Director of Animal Control. So from my understanding that they do want to ask for a continuance. I have not had a chance to talk to their legal counsel to see what date works for them, but June 15th would be ideal for us. And I have one dog owner here, the other is available via phone as well, so that they can waive their, the meeting's supposed to be within 14 days, so if we have to go past that, if they're okay with it, then that was what we want to do.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that means that the parties will need to waive time. The animal owners will need to waive that 14-day time period.
Yes, and that will be done internally, not here within the meeting today.
It should be done on the record today. All they have to do is agree to the continuance and the waiver.
Okay.
Very simple.
If you could step to the microphone and let us know if you're willing to waive that. Please state your name.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Savin. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a Lake County attorney for quite a while. And I'm representing Brandon Strasser and Tyra Matthews in this matter. My concern, we did speak to animal control about a continuance, but it's, the dogs are in custody. And the owners feel like that's a little bit too long a time for them to be in the quarters that they're in. We thought maybe a 2-week continuance at the maximum. So,
looking at June 8th is
Mr.
what
Chair,
you would prefer?
June 8th has another large agenda item that's going to take a significant amount of your board's time, which is why we didn't recommend it.
if I may sidebar, would they be able to come out and inspect the environment the animals are in?
If you could step to the microphone.
If you mean inspect the kennels again, we certainly could, but I'd like to have the hearing to determine the action that the board would want. The problem isn't that this kennel is not sufficient. The problem is that the owner has let the dog run loose. That the kennel itself is structurally sound and contained.
So
but
I
they're
want to
still
make
getting
sure
out.
that we stay within the confines of what we're talking here, because we're looking at a continuance. We're not talking about the specifics of the case at this moment in time. I would like to suggest, even though we do have a hefty June 8th, that we try our best to fit it in there, so that for the sake of the animals and the sake of this getting this completed, let's see what we can do to make that fit. If you can provide a specific time of what could be available.
All right, Mr. Chair, why don't we calendar it for 1:30? The other item is calendared on June 8th for 10 a.m.
Okay, so let's go ahead and would June 8th at 1:30 work for both parties?
Yes, it would, thank you. And I wasn't suggesting the kennels where the dogs normally live. I was suggesting to see what environment they were in while they're in jail.
Of course, and he can visit the animals between 1 and 3. He needs to call and schedule an appointment, and he's done that before.
Okay.
Perfect.
We'll see you June 8th at 1:30.
So if we can get a...
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
just for the record, so by the agreement of continuing the hearing to June 8th, there is a waiver for both dog owners of the 14-day time period for
There
hearing.
will be a waiver to that date, yes.
There is one right now.
Yes.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Thank you for checking on that. I lost track of that. If we can get a motion to continue this public hearing to June 8th at 1:30 p.m., is that correct?
So move, Mr. Chair. I'll move to continue this hearing until June 8th at 1:30.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank
We will
you.
and we will see you all on June 8th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And my apologies to Deputy Director Deligianis and Peter Windrum. We had all of the animal control staff here, or a large number of animal control staff, and we wanted to make sure that they can get back out to serve the community. So apologize for that. Let's go ahead and come back to item 6.3 and continue the presentation and move on eventually to Part B for the consideration of letter of intent. Mr. Windrum, the floor is yours.
Start video. I'm sorry, let me just get straightened up here. Here we go. Mr. Chair, I believe I'm seeing you.
I can see you, and we can hear you as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're fine. If I may, members of the, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Peter Windrum. I am honored to be a member of the Middle Creek Restoration Project Committee that was established by your board and is chaired now by Supervisor Crandall. You may recall, I think, that I was before your board, as some of you recall 2 years ago, almost exactly, talking about the Middle Creek Project. And it's that committee that you subsequently formed has just performed invaluable service by keeping this project going. Also, I just have the greatest admiration and appreciation for Marina and for Celia and all the staff people who have been on this, working on this project tirelessly, and for Scott De Leon's leadership of this matter as well. There's a real tendency for us to want to paint the most positive picture of every situation that we encounter, truthfully. But our situation with regard to this project, and particularly with regard to this grant, is much more grave and much more serious and much more in jeopardy than one might deduce from the comments that have been made. Scott De Leon is an extraordinary basketball coach, so we talk about basketball. Kind of the analogy that I see with regard to the administration of this $15 million grant is that we're in the fourth quarter. We're trailing very badly. We need more players, fresh players. We need some better performance, some members of our team. And I don't mean the Lake County staff, I mean our brokers. We call them consultants, but in truth, they're real estate brokers that represent us, 2 of them. We need more electrolytes, we're getting tired, in the form of money dedicated by you all and appropriated to this project. And our opponent is bureaucratic inertia. It's terrible, and including from the Department of Water Resources. We will be, and as Marina has commented, asking for an extension of time to perform the contract with Department of Water Resources. That's a contract that said we would accept the $15 million grant, which from DWR, and expend those $15 million in the acquisition of properties for this project. A promise that we made years ago with the department, the Army Corps of Engineers, a representation that we have made repeatedly to State Department of Water Resources. And that $15 million was acquired as a result of the extraordinary talent and efforts of Assemblymember Cecilia Aguiar Curry, to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude. As we all know, the loss of the benefit of this project is profound to the health of our community and the lake. According to the Department of Resources, their and obligations the county has is to meet the goal of a 40% reduction in the amount of phosphorus in Clear Lake in order to diminish the amount of algae bloom. Phosphorus feeds algae. 28% reduction can be achieved by the Middle Creek project alone. In its absence, we will never achieve a 40% reduction. Habitat restoration, we've talked about. One other important feature of this project is that it increases the water storage in Clear Lake by thousands of acre-feet of water. In other words, this used to all be part of Clear Lake. Now, if it's restored, why the Lake Clear Lake, in effect, is expanded and has more water of significance in these drought times. History, as Marina mentioned, it allows the restoration of Bloody Island as a true island and a site never to forget. And of course, we know about the economy and the benefits for tourism. Our failure to perform this contract as promised on our part will have devastating effects to the reputation and credibility of county government to administer further grant funds. And it's imperative that we succeed, and it takes vastly more effort than has been expended to date, not because of willingness to do this on our part, not because of the immense talents of the local folks, but because we're understaffed and we don't have money behind this project from you all. And why is this so? As of a couple of months ago, out of this 49 parcels, only 2 parcels, and in fact to date, only 2 parcels have been purchased. 2. And a small percentage of the $15 million had been spent. I believe around $2 million of the $15 million. And looking at a deadline right now of March of 31st of next year to complete contracts, and for the pardon me, to complete the contracts for the purchase of these properties and have funds, all the funds expended by December 31st. I understand, agree, and wholeheartedly support a request for an extension of performance of this contract. After all, there's been a year of COVID that's been a downer. But we can't, it's our obligation, because we would never meet this deadline even without COVID at the rate at which we're going. So the obligation is for us to take exceptional efforts and be able to support the request for extension by demonstrating that we are doing more than what we're presently doing. And again, I have to keep emphasizing, it's not because of willingness and effort on the part of folks within our county government. It's because of problems we've run into with our broker consultants and for other reasons that aren't relevant. We can all look back later on to look at those. What we're looking forward to is what we need to do going forward. So, what does that include? Well, this project is an enormous project. There are over 20 federal, state, and agencies that we have to deal with in this project. There are a tremendous number of local interest and entities, tribes, and others that have to be involved in this process, not the least of which, of course, are a tremendous number of property owners who have to be persuaded to sell their property. We're not just talking about a few, we're talking about upwards of 40 or 50, and the total project 70 parcels, a number of which have been acquired. What I'm asking of the board and asking of you is that you own this project, that you take on the primary responsibility, not one of your departments, but you as a board. And as a board, I suggest, and I think there's sort of universal acceptance of this project, there has to be a project manager who devotes full time to this project, full time, and exclusively to this project. And I would say that that project manager needs to report to you directly, to the board. Once upon a time, there was a project manager who did that, a man named George Speak. It so happened that he volunteered to do that position. It made a profound difference because he was able to work with Congress, with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, with all of the entities involved. And we can't just be going along. And so, and furthermore, locally, this project needs an outright appropriation. Referring to, I was talking to staff the other day, what they really need is $1 million a year in order to do all the things that the county needs to do in connection with maintenance of these properties, of course, hiring more consultants. We have a surveyor doing surveying parcels. We should have, to meet our deadlines, we should have at least 3 surveyors. We have a couple of appraisers through the consultants. Those should all be multiplied by 3. The project has to have, to be successful and not be here, be successful, to meet our promises, it just simply requires a much vaster, bigger, stronger effort by y'all to make this project go forward. And to meet the deadlines that are set under this contract, even if we get an extension. This is under the Flood Corridor Program. We're one of 13 projects of comparable size. We got this grant because of our efforts from Cecilia. We need this, and we have to perform. And we can't perform at the speed with which it needs to be done with our current level of staffing. And so there we go. I just that's what I would wish to say and advocate for it, and so that we keep our promises. that we made and keep this project moving forward. I'd like to toss in one more thing. This project is a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project. It takes funding from the U.S. Congress presently. When Congressman Garamendi came and did his tour, he was not particularly strongly supportive of this project. In fact, he said, you should look to the state for funding. And part of the reason is because this project is competing with thousands of projects all over the United States for appropriations from Congress, all over the United States, and the Pacific Islands, Puerto Rico, and the rest. The state of California, of course, is much closer to us. DWR has already invested $27 million in this project. We have tremendous support from Assemblymember Aguirre Curry and from our state senator, Mike McGuire, and the state is awash in money. It has a tremendous amount of money. And so one of the things that a project manager could well be doing, and we should consider, is explore with them the possibility of taking over this project from the Army Corps of Engineers and and fund it directly, and let's get it done. That's simply one example of the kind of work that we need to do, and there's nobody able to do that now for this project, and that's simply one example. So, there you have it. We'll get it done, but we need to get it done sooner than later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Woodrum. Deputy Director Delagianis, did you have any final comments for your presentation before we open it up for questions?
I do not. I'm happy to take questions now.
And I do want to check also with Director De Leon, because I do see that he is online with us today. I want to give him the chance to speak if he wants to say something.
Good morning. No, I appreciate the offer. I've been listening intently, and Marina has been a tremendous leader in our department for this project, and I'm leaving it in capable hands with her. Thank you.
So I am going to bring this back to the board. I do want to say that based on our agenda item, since this was just a presentation, however, the consideration of the letter is definitely more of a discussion we can have. I would suggest that some of these points brought up by Mr. Windrum are difficult to tackle in this agenda item versus possibly around June 9th for our budget hearing, where we might be able to discuss appropriations, or we could always bring this back on our next agenda for further discussions versus right now. And I'm looking at Ms. Grant to make sure that that is correct, because I don't want to breach the lines of what our agenda has prepared the public for. But I do appreciate the presentation. Let's go ahead and open it up. I see that Supervisor Pyska has a comment or question.
I appreciate the points on capacity and for us to be thinking about that in the long term of this project, and I'm hoping that we'll have that conversation in 2 weeks. But some more questions about the details I have are on the parcel acquisitions, and I'm a little unclear because of the different maps that you're going through, though I really appreciate all the colors. And how many parcels have been acquired completely at this point?
So let me share my screen, and I do acknowledge that there are a lot of colors going on. So as you can see with this map right here, the darker colors are the parcels that have been acquired to date. And I would like to focus on the most recent current agreement that we have with the state. So 2 parcels have been acquired with those funds, which include a Jones parcel and a Torrance Vigil parcel, which are 2 of our priority parcels. And we will be acquiring these 4 in the next few months. So 2 have been acquired as of the 2019 agreement, and we are in the process of acquiring 4 more When I say in the process of, I mean we are in the appraisal negotiations. The state was approved the appraisals, the parcel owners approved the appraisals, and now we're just preparing those documents to bring before the board for approval of those appraisals. And we are in the process of working on the remaining parcels of doing, the surveys on them, getting the appraisals ready to go. So of this current agreement, Supervisor Pyska, we have purchased 2 parcels, 2 of our priority parcels, and we'll be bringing to the board 4 parcels in the next few months for acquisition.
And are there any owners of these parcels that are not in favor of selling?
So that is a great question, and that is something that I did not highlight. So our current agreement with the state is only for willing sellers. So we anticipate, again, we have a little under, we have around 30 parcels to, a little under 50 parcels to be acquired. That's anticipating that they are all willing sellers. If they are not willing sellers, then the current agreement that we have with the state will not purchase those parcels. The parcels that we have are only for current willing sellers. Now, our priority parcels we outlined with one of our consultants, Paragon. They've been working on our 8 priority parcels. One of those parcels we do not anticipate to be a willing seller, so we have shifted our focus on those parcel owners that are willing sellers, because we cannot get reimbursed for those, even for those efforts to communicate with those sellers if they do not end up being willing sellers. So we do not have any funds outlined for non-willing sellers at this moment.
And how many parcels do you believe are unwilling at this time?
So right now we sent out willing sellers list willing sellers letter to the parcel owners, and we have those are starting to straggle into the department, and we have 2 of them that we've sent out that have identified that at this moment they are not willing sellers. Now, we do open it up for conversations. We do make effort to communicate with those folks, hear them out, and then make those personal relationships before the appraisers have the opportunity to go in. If they'd rather speak to the appraisers, they are more than welcome to do so. But at this moment, there have been a few that have outlined that at this moment, they are not willing sellers.
And I want to add something real quick. The reason we have 2 contracts, one of them was only for 8 properties, and it would appear that if we need to get approximately 50 properties, which I think it's 48 or 49 total, that why are we doing 8? And the idea was to prioritize those with actual homes on the property, due to the fact that we're very worried that the levies are going to fail, and we wanted to try and get to those people as quickly as possible and not throw 70 properties all at once so that it gets lost in the shuffle. And so in hindsight, maybe we could have done 2 separate contracts simultaneously, where one was really prioritizing the 8 and the others were doing the rest, but that's not what we did. There's always hindsight in every action we take, but that's the reason that we prioritize those specific properties, is to ensure the safety in case that there was flooding for those that live and reside in that area. So just wanted to make sure that that was known.
So of the unwilling sellers, are any of those residences?
No. So we have the priority parcels that we outlined, as Chair Sabatier said, that those were the ones that still had residences on. So one parcel was had a residence on there that we were able to acquire this past year, which was one of our biggest hoorays, I guess, in the movement of this project along, since that was one of the longest standing parcels that still had a residence on the project, or in the parcel, excuse me.
Oh, that's good to hear, because if this drought ends and we start having the rains again, I know that's going to be a dangerous situation. So the 2 contractors that are engaged, are they having capacity issues?
So, and that's going off of why we did go with 2 different consultants. So initially, and there has been some staff turnover within the actual consultants that we have on board. So we have Monument and Paragon. The reason why we decided to go with Monument is because the long-term project manager, Jeremy Mead, who had worked on this project previously, shifted to Monument, but we didn't want to break the contract with Paragon because they were still in the process of acquiring the parcels. So Monument has the 8 priority parcels that we were focusing on, and then, Paragon has the 8 priority parcels, and then Monument has the remaining that they're working on. So to date, they have outlined, they have not addressed to us, they are lacking capacity. There has been some staff transition and turnover, which of course does take time, like any entity, to get folks up to speed. But they have not outlined any direct concern with us that they are lacking staff to achieve this project successfully.
And if I may also add something, if the board remembers, and maybe Deputy Director Deligianis can help me with a more accurate date, sometime last year, I want to say around maybe June, maybe even May, we approved to front some money because we wanted to really, the market was moving so fast that we provided funding to purchase a property from one of the property owners to help them move to their next location. That way that could happen before they lost the property that they could buy. We still have yet to be reimbursed by the state. And so there is a lot of lag happening at the state level in accommodating us with every step that we have to take in the project. At one point we felt, okay, this looks pretty smooth. We had a 4 to 6 week process in order for them to approve the appraisal, but that's not necessarily the case for all appraisals, and that's not necessarily the case for all steps that we're waiting on the state for. And so I'll somewhat migrate into part B. I think those things need to be mentioned in why we need an extension. And in a conversation that Supervisor Crandall and myself with the Deputy Director Deligianis had yesterday, we need to go back to the table with our Assemblywoman Cecilia Aguiar Curry, and the extension that we're being provided, that could be 5 months, is one of those automatic extensions that if we ask and they approve, they can provide, but through renewed legislation from Cecilia Aguiar Curry, we may be able to get a further extension, because we are spending this money and things have been moving slowly, and we have done certain steps to show that there has been progress on our end. We haven't been sitting idly by doing nothing. So I think that's one of our best potential steps that we can take to ensure that there's a further extension than just 5 months, because even looking at July or August, September of 2022 is still a very tight time frame in order to accomplish all of these goals. I'll leave it at that. And Mr. Windrum?
Yes, I do wish to comment a little bit more bluntly. As it relates, there are two brokers, Paragon, as Marina mentioned, that had the contract for all properties originally with 8 properties, and they had a change in staff, and they now seem to be doing a good job on that. The truth of the matter is that the other company, Monument, has done an appalling job. They haven't done it. They have not done it. And so far, I don't see any indications, at least that we've seen, that they are doing their job. And it's just simply one of the frustrations that comes. And they have a tremendous number of properties to be dealing with, and property owners, and they haven't done it. That's the simple fact of the matter, and it's put us in a very, very difficult position because of that. I think we need to look at that directly and take remedial action, and it's put us in a very, very precarious state. I think that needs to be said.
Any further comments or questions? Supervisor Scott?
Well, I definitely think we need to be bringing this item back for further discussion. I think I definitely agree with the letter, but I do agree that the state's going to be looking for us to be holding up our side, but we also need to be looking at those who we're contracting with to hold up their side, and if they're not, then we need to be bringing it back to the board to figure out what we need to do to make sure that this project moves forward, because it is definitely a project that we need to complete for the health and welfare of our lake.
Thank you. Supervisor Crandall? Supervisor Pyska?
No, go ahead.
So if we can have that next discussion shortly and possibly have some action on our part for developing capacity and put that in our request I think that makes it a stronger request for a longer extension, that we're throwing more behind it.
I think there's definitely ways to provide leverage for that request, and that could be one of them, yes. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I'd like to, just, close with, there has been struggles. This project is ongoing. 1994 is what was mentioned, when they decided to reinvigorate an ideal to bring it back to the way it initially was intact with Ba Dunapati, which was called Bloody Island. So it used to be filled as Robinson Lake. And so the levees, yes, they are failing, and there has been a lot of moving parts, moving issues, along with different entities that we work with. But there also has been a pandemic, and I am not trying to harp on that, but Mrs. Del Gianni had also explained, and Supervisor Sabati had explained how slow a lot of different processes have taken because of that situation. Not to mention, 2018 was when we received those funds, right, from the state, which during that time frame we had the Mendocino Complex fire, which I'm sure there was a difficult situation, along with the Water Resources Director that had left. So not trying to make excuses, just trying to, show you where the roadmap is. We talk about games, we talk about basketball. We also have to realize the players that are involved. Some players aren't at pro level, or we're lacking people that are qualified at times. So when we use that analogy, we have to also look at the different dynamics and attributes that come along with that. And so we're doing what we can here, and we're going to move forward the best we can, and try to get this letter going and try to explain to the state, hey, we need this time so we can ensure this project is done because we want it done. It's inevitable. So, and it's also going to be inevitable if we have another serious rain, because then the levees are just going to do what Mother Nature decides it's going to do. So, yeah, I'll end it at that.
And what I'll add to that too is this whole time we have had conversations with Senator McGuire. Senator McGuire has not directly made any legislation or made any requests from his office for this. I don't mean to use this in a belittling way, but we've kind of had Senator McGuire in our back pocket for when do we need to have him take action for us. And this might be that time where we need to start looking to see if he can also help us at the legislative end to ensure that we get the extension that we need. The good thing is we're looking at all the properties. There's been some action on all properties. We're looking at the legals and plats right now to be submitted over to Monument so Monument can get started and really move forward on these properties to get the appraisals done, because without the legals and plats, it's just not a possibility. So there's each step, unfortunately, has just taken longer than we all want to take, but there are steps being taken. There is no idle time at all other than just taking longer than we would like it to take. But I really believe that our best chance is to have that more intense conversation on what is capacity, what are funds that we need, all of those things, because I don't think it's very cut and dry or very black and white as to what the needs are and if the outcomes will change based on those needs. I think we need to have an in-depth discussion, so we'll make sure to bring that back. But I do believe that we need to just continue. This letter is part of that continuation to make sure we get the maximum extension that we can get so that we can make sure we continue on this project and not have to abandon it and start over again 5 years from now when we get something back in return from the state. This is definitely a gift that we've received from the state, and we need to make sure to do our due diligence with it. And so, Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, just, thank you for the, the report, obviously, in support of the extension letter going out to see if we can get that, and as you said, as much as possible. But it does sound like in the report today that, just saying $1 million a year, yeah, we need to break it down and have a better conversation on what those capacity issues are, because, as you know, just throwing money at things doesn't solve the problem. So it sounds like there's some issues that we got to deal with at least one of the consultants. If you pay for something, you need to get that product, and we need to be diligent on that. So we're willing to look for that next conversation whenever it comes up in June.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any comments specifically on item B? That way we can cover both parts before I open it up for the public. Kind of heard already about the letter from most, just making sure.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. I see we have a comment from Victoria Brandon.
Okay, I'm unmuted, I hope.
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm Victoria, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Victoria Brandon. I'm the Conservation Chair of the Sierra Club Lake Group and a longtime member of the Middle Creek Restoration Coalition. It's obvious from earlier in this meeting that there's some things in this community that we've got some pretty profound disagreements about. But I think one of them that we do all agree is the central importance of Clear Lake to our whole community, to its prosperity in every sense of that word. That was really evident when we were working on the Save the Lake campaign a few years ago. There was profound recognition that Clear Lake is our greatest asset and we need to do everything we can for it. Another item that there's pretty general agreement on is the importance of the Middle Creek project to the health of the lake. That everybody seems to recognize that this is the single most important thing we can do for long-term water quality. The Department of Water Resources recognizes that one of the main reasons why we have not been able to meet the TMDL requirements is that this project has not gone forward. We've got to make it happen. And I'm troubled here by a couple of things. First of all, Peter was using basketball analogy, and I'm not going to go on with that. But there's another analogy that I'd like to bump off from what Marina said. She said we are going to keep chugging along, and we're hitting some road bumps. I think we've got to get in high gear, put our pedal to the metal, and get this vehicle moving. That money that we got from the state for property acquisition, I understand you're trying to get an extension on that. That's probably going to be kind of difficult, and I'm really hesitant and concerned that there's too much reliance placed on getting that extension, that might not happen. We've got to move ahead with it, whether we get the extension or not. Got to take all action to make that happen, because not spending that grant money, failing to make use of the resources we have been provided, will not only put the project back, a tremendous setback in and of itself, it will also make the county much less likely to get additional support from the state, which, as Peter said, is absolutely awash with money right now. And this probably would have an effect not only on money for this project, but on all the other good things we want to do to improve the well-being of this community. It's just essential that we move forward on this. Lighting a fire under that consultant or looking for another one would be a good way to help move things forward. And also just making the hard decision, and I understand this has to come in the budget hearing, of devoting some specific local resources to acting as a catalyst to making this move forward is going to be an essential aspect. Some additional staff time, but it will reap multiple benefits, not in that this can be used to leverage, not only making sure we take best advantage of what we've got, but also...
And Ms. Brandon, your 3 minutes are up. If you can go ahead and finish.
Acquiring other resources that we need. So I'm looking forward to coming back in 2 weeks and continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? We have one in the boardroom. Go ahead and come to the microphone, please. And again, if you're in the Zoom room, dial *9 if you're calling via telephone, or click the button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand, and we'll come to you when we're done.
Joan Moss, I would advise you to move forward. This is going to be positive for Lake County, positive for the lake. It's very important that we try to get rid of the phosphorus in a healthy way. I've known the Windrums for a long time. I remember Tom Smythe explaining to me again and again how he's working so hard. He's not here, but we are here, and we need to keep going to try to improve our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment in the Zoom room? All right, let's go on back to the board. And Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, and I appreciate people and their concern for this. This is very important. I just kind of take note that in the timeline, for whatever reason, from 2004 to 2018, there's not a lot of movement. So that's another. I think that's another attribute to highlight, that you have legacy issues you have to kind of catch up with in certain times, in certain situations. And I've talked to Tom Smythe as well. I appreciate his insight on this as well. But hasn't been a part of it for quite some time as well. So we're catching up. We're not just chugging along. We want to move forward. But when you have big trucks, if we're using that analogy, with the state in traffic, we can't do anything but chug along with that unless we go off the road and figure it out. And we will try to do that by talking to different representatives and see how we can get this moving in another way forward, thinking outside the box. So I'll just end with that.
And if there's no further discussion, just looking for action on the letter. And again, we will bring this back for further discussion, possibly on June, I think it's, 4th? Is that our next one? June 5th? June 8th? June 8th. That way, before our budget hearing, that way we can have a more in-depth conversation to see where we stand on that. And so, looking for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll motion to approve the letter of intent for the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Scott. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both Deputy Director Deligianis and Mr. Windrum for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board, and I look forward to speaking with you all on June 8th for a follow-up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts and the efforts of everyone on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 6.4, just in time for our 10 a.m. item. Public hearing, consideration of a resolution amending the master fee schedule for departmental services rendered by the county. CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to get my video to come on, and it doesn't seem to want. There it goes. Okay. So, as you can imagine, Stephen Carter, our Chief Deputy Fiscal Officer, or excuse me, County Administrative Officer, is here to present the annual master fee update.
Good morning, Board. Stephen Carter, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. Before you today is the annual update for the master fee schedule, which is for the fiscal year 21-22 year. So for standard fees, it would take effect July 1 of this year. And for fees that are collected by CDD that are governed by Government Code 66017, if I could talk straight, would be effective 60 days later, so it would take effect around July 26th. And this is part of where each time we bring budgets or multiple times a year to look at the fees, and we talked with all departments, and they're the ones that we would like for you to consider. So first up would be the Ag Department, Agricultural and Weights and Measures Department. They would like to add an industrial hemp destruction fee per site. That's a new fee, and it would be $160 per site. And they did provide a study where they had actual examples from 2019 and 2020 where they have completed exact destruction of other hemp sites, and this is the average. So there was an actual study completed. And then moving on, animal control, they're updating quite a few of their fees, but it's based on the actuals of the items that they're selling. So, for example, like daily food and care, that's going from $12 to $17 a day, and that's simply because of the cost of food, so we are covering our costs. There are two new items in animal control, and that is metal, small and large metal pet urns. And the reason why animal control wanted to provide those is to better serve the customers. The public wanted a different option other than just plastic urns, and that covers the actual cost of the metal urns. And the next department up would be environmental health, and there are quite a few changes there, but they are all part of CPI, which if you go for the San Francisco Bay Area from February to February was 1.57% this year, which is quite low compared to our normal 3% or so. The next department up would be the planning division and supportive services. So there are multiple changes here, but I'm only going to go over initially one change, and that's because the bulk of these changes are actually changes to fees that they bring in from other departments. So it's from Public Works, but it's part of the permit. So the one change that CDD themselves are making is to the initial fee for grading permit. And the reason for that is our resource planner is performing most of the preliminary work to issue the permit. So we're adjusting the breakdown of how much planning and how much building budget units receive of the funding. It's shifting from building over to planning because that is currently where most of the work is being done for that permit. And then moving on to public services, a few of the changes are just cosmetic and the reason for that is they keep getting calls about understanding their fees for like daily rates for pools or seasonal rates for pools. So that's for better public understanding. And also related to the 25, the charge for having a party basically of 25 people, it's $50 per hour in increments of 25 people. So every 25 people requires an extra $50 per hour because of an extra lifeguard is required. And then in the museums, they wanted to make a change to add a regular time period for $20 and keeping the standard $30, and then a cleaning fee that was never put in place, but because of COVID, there's an increasing need to clean up after events, and that would be $100 if it's necessary. So it's not a guaranteed cost, but it's if necessary, and that was also added to the Middletown Community Room and the Lower Lake Community Room. And then solid waste, which is also within public services, their tipping fees are being updated via the CPI. And then Public Works, they're actually reducing some of their fees due to a recalculation of fees, which was a CPI issue last year. And then for the actual surveyor, this is where you're going to see most of the fees updated for CDD, where they collect for surveyor fees. They're updating the hourly rate for the surveyor to include the fully loaded costs. So previously it didn't include his benefits, it was only his hourly rate, but the whole fully loaded cost should be included with the permit because that's what it's supposed to be covered. And then all their other fees are either recalculations or CPI increases. And then the final department is a sheriff, and there's no actual change here. What it is it's adding the fee that wasn't previously on the master fee before, and your board approved it on March 2nd. So we just thought since it's an actual fee, it should be included with the master fee schedule. And that is what I have on the changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Are there any questions? Supervisor Pyska.
I have a question on the cannabis fees. I think a lot of us have been hearing all year that the fees aren't covering the expense of the hours in that department. And so I was just hoping we could hear a little bit more about that and get some clarification. Are we really in the red? Because I've heard that, and just wondering why if that's true, why we wouldn't have made an adjustment to those cannabis fees.
That would generally be a question for the department head.
Yeah, yeah. And Scott DeLeon appears to be in the room. Perhaps he could answer that.
Yes, good morning. So, I'm not in really a very good position to be able to answer the question. The projects take an inordinate amount of time to complete. The projects tend to change. Projects are incomplete. We do a lot of hand-holding, for lack of a better term, to walk project applications through the process. And I'm just not in a really good spot to be able to say this is where the fees should go. They are showing that the numbers are showing that the application fee is not adequate, but I don't have enough information to be able to tell you that the application fee should be raised to this number. And so in the absence of that, I don't have any other further recommendation.
I'm going to follow up with a question on that since it's on that same subject. Do we have the capability, I believe we do we have the capability to bill past the amount that has been provided to us for the work that our staff does so that we can post-bill the applicant for whatever amount of hours we went above and beyond what they paid for?
Yes, that's built into the ordinance.
And is that something that we have been doing, or is it just it's a capacity issue of not being able to do that? Because I have heard the same as well, that the amount of money that we've been receiving versus what we're actually putting out is not quite balanced.
Right. It's a capacity issue.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to do that billing, but that billing capability is there.
Yes.
And is that the $128 an hour? Is that what I saw it was, or something like that? I thought I saw something, yeah, beyond 3 hours, 128, or is that environmental health that I'm in? I'm in environmental health.
95 an hour?
What was that?
It's $95 an hour.
Yes, $95 an hour, gotcha, okay. So it's in there and it's usable. That's what's important to me. Okay.
That's why it's called an initial fee on most of their fees.
Right. Any further questions, Supervisor Pyska, before we move on to the next? Any other questions for board members? So I did have a couple of items of review. One is I see that there are no changes to housing, and I think it requires a deeper conversation. I don't think that I have any specific suggestion, but I see that there's 0 changes at all, and I'm looking for ways to incentivize the building of houses and seeing how we can maybe subsidize, maybe through cannabis tax or through other ways to lower some of those fees. I know I brought up in one of our workshops that we do 3% of the construction cost typically for construction under $1 million. And that 3% is set by us. Obviously, if we go to 2% or if we go to 1%, there's going to be a loss of revenue, and it needs to be supplanted through some other means, which is why I brought up the potential for using cannabis tax. But I think that we need to have a further conversation, and I know we are having a conversation about housing, and I think that belongs in that overall global conversation of not just attracting developers, but also making the incentives as high as possible for developers to want to come here and build more houses. So I'll leave it at that, but I just wanted to mention that the housing part. The other part was, and it's not a huge increase, I'm not too worried about the increase, but I'm wondering, these are annual fees, I believe, and I don't know, I'm looking to see who's on here that might be able to respond to this question, and maybe our CAO or her staff might be able to respond. But I believe restaurants pay an annual fee for their permits in order to stay open and be permitted to serve food and function as a food service. And I'm seeing that we're doing increases on our restaurants, and I'm wondering if, again, this year, because of the extreme circumstances of COVID-19 in our restaurants, yes, we've had a local grant process, which not every restaurant was able to access. Yes, the state has had grant access. Yes, the feds have had grant, but I know for a fact that not all of our restaurants have been able to access PPP or EIDL or things like that. And I'm wondering if maybe we can look at, for at least the next 6 months, looking at helping to subsidize again via cannabis tax or some other means to decrease those fees to ensure our restaurants continue reopen. Some have closed and plan to reopen, just to kind of help alleviate the struggle of what they've already had to do. So that's something I wanted to bring up. And before that goes to discussion, just wanted to ask real quick, for the rental of our parks or our facilities and the idea of a cleanup fee, just to ask real quick to Mr. Carter, is that a fee if we have to do cleanup that we will bill you for the fee? Or is that a fee that's paid up front as a deposit? Because I prefer the deposit way. That way it's easier to make sure that we have something in order to ensure that we can clean it up versus maybe not getting paid by somebody but still actually having to clean up. I know in my past experiences it's always been part of a deposit and then you get your money back, and depending on if the county or the jurisdiction needed to use it. So I was just curious if that was a deposit or a post bill.
So I'm not aware of that. When I talk with public services, I would have to ask them regarding that.
And I see that Director Ewing is
if
here.
necessary, so I believe you could implement that either way.
And,
this
Director
is
Ewing is
Lars.
here.
There's Lars.
Yeah, so Lars Ewing, Public Services Director, the intent there is just what you indicated, a deposit and then a return if we have to actually tap into it.
Perfect. I think that's the best way to do it, so I appreciate you being here to provide that clarification. So wondering if anybody wanted to have a follow-up conversation on what I offered for restaurants.
Mr. Chair, I've asked Health Director Denise Pomeroy to join. She'll be here in just a moment.
Okay.
But you may need to restate the subject matter so that she can hear the full context.
Supervisor Scott?
You know, I like the idea of helping out our businesses because it's been a rough year. But I think for Lake County, too many times we haven't increased our fees or we haven't done our due diligence to make sure that we're recapturing what we're spending. So I think we need to continue to move forward in this direction and maybe look at other avenues to help our businesses out.
And again, I was offering just a short time and still allowing these fees to go up, but having like a 3-month period or 6-month period of if you're planning to reopen or things like that. But just an idea, not a must.
How much is the fee again, and what's the increase? I'm looking for it.
And I think there's multiple fees. And I'm looking through, sorry, there's a lot of stuff to go through.
So it depends on which.
Mr. Chair, Craig Weatherby is also joining the Zoom here in just a moment.
Okay.
Stephen, excuse me, I spoke over you.
I was saying there's multiple fees, so it depends on which one you're really talking about.
Right.
Matthew, if you can be watching for both Craig Weatherby and Denise Pomeroy and bring them into the webinar ASAP.
And again, I'm in the belief that this is a per annual. If it's not, then maybe it's a moot point. And I'm looking at page 12 of the PDF document under food establishments. $800 for greater than 650 square feet per permit, $520 for less than 650 square feet. Restaurants and bar is $900. And again, the increase is not what I'm worried about. I'm just looking to see if we can help knowing that that's probably the industry, in my opinion, that got hurt and hit the hardest in our communities, that I've seen some shut down. Some are slowly reopening, which is great news, but just was kind of looking at that. And I would suggest that if the board already is not interested in that, that we don't need to wait for the conversation with Director Pomeroy, because at that point it would just be talking to me with my idea and not following what the board wants to do.
Well, I think we have an opportunity. We haven't figured out what to do with the American Rescue Plan money yet, and we do want to do something very bold with that $12 million, but this could be a nominal way to support the restaurants, which is one of the guidelines for those funds.
True.
And Mr. Chair, as far as waiving or reducing a fee temporarily, you know, the fee is based on the county's cost of doing business. So I think it would be important to ask environmental health staff to explain how they would cover those costs for the business they do in support of those permits if the fee is to be reduced.
Ms. Grant?
And also, it would be advisable for your board to make certain factual findings to support the assist to a particular industry as opposed to others. And how you plan on operating that kind of a program going forward.
And would that be as simple as saying that these fees will be at this price until a certain date and then up to the normal fee that we're looking at today? Would that be an easy way to do that?
Well, if the cost to provide the service exceed the fee, as it exists presently, then if your board declines to increase the fee so that the county is made whole, you'll have to state factually why you believe a temporary adjustment is a public purpose that should be fulfilled.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, environmental health and health staff are here now in the Zoom.
Okay. Director Pomeroy and Mr. Weatherby, just wanted to kind of reiterate what I had discussed. I was curious about the board's support, as well as some of the information from environmental health and public health as to whether or not it would be possible to look at reduced fees temporarily for restaurants to help them reopen. I'm not sure if these are annual fees or if these are one-time fees in order to get a permit for a restaurant or a restaurant and bar, and that's kind of the only ones that I'm looking at right now, because those were the ones more impacted than, say, like a food truck. And just curious as to your position on how that would impact your department, what kind of potential financial impact that would have, and again, if this is an annual permit or if it's a one-time permit.
So Supervisor Sabatier, thank you. I'm sorry for any background noise. I'm actually not in the office at the moment, but there's two types of fees. One is a annual fee, which they have, which is a required fee for our services for doing their 1 to 3 times a year inspections and clearing their planning and their records. The other part of the fees are when they're opening. And so they'll have plan checks and, you know, maybe a one-time visit. So there's 2 separate pieces to that. So I would say for our regular restaurants who, you know, while I appreciate what you're trying to do as a board and we sympathize with all of the community and what they've been through during this last 15 months, we are still mandated by health and safety code and state regulations to provide these inspections and follow up on complaints. And we're a fee-for-service department. So reducing the fees will definitely have an impact on our ability to meet our cost, especially since so much of our time has been diverted to COVID last year in the health department. We're currently, you know, backlogged on some of our work. I'll let Craig speak to it more, but, you know, as always, we will respect whatever decision your board makes for the betterment of our community, but would like at minimally some time to analyze what the financial hardship on the department might be prior to making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Mr. Weatherby is here, and he's unmuted.
Supervisor Sabatier, hey, thank you so much for allowing us to speak on this. So yes, we are behind on inspections. However, we've been spending the past 3 months trying to catch those up. We continued to do inspections during the past 15 months, albeit at a slower rate. There were businesses that were very severely affected by this, by COVID, particularly the bars, who remained closed throughout the entire ordeal and were not allowed to be open at that time. Those folks were really hit hard, and we have been working with them on their fees. If we did not provide inspections during the time that they were closed, we have been kind of on a case-by-case basis looking at whether or not we can charge them the fees if we weren't doing inspections. And again, because they were closed and not able to do business, that was something we are working with each one for. The remainder of the food facilities, if they were open, we were still doing their inspections and doing the best we could to try and stay on top of those while also taking on the additional duties of COVID. So that's kind of where we're at. As Denise mentioned, if we do waive fees or reduce fees, that will absolutely lower our ability to continue. Those fees are there to pay for the staff to do the work in the time that they do the work, so forth. So we would be operating in the red if we pull those fees and lower them. We end up taking more money in realignment, and I'm not sure how that, I don't know that that's even available to us really at this time. I know everybody's kind of suffering, so that's kind of where we're at on this.
Would you happen to have, and it's putting you on the spot, a potential amount of what those fees, what that revenue from those fees are from restaurants and bars for you?
I wish I could give you that number. I do not have that at this time.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier, I don't know if Tony Valdez is on the call. He was on earlier, and I think he was on for this. He would have that number, but our retail food program, which includes a lot more than just the restaurants, is several $100,000 a year in revenue. But that includes everything. We would have to go through, and that's why I said I'd like a little bit of time to analyze what it, the financial impact it would be to run the reports and just do that analysis. I could have that to you probably by the end of today for sure.
And let's see first if the board is looking for that before we take time for that information. Supervisor Simon.
At this time, I appreciate the conversation, but I think Supervisor Pyska hit it on the head. We've got the ARP money coming in, and hopefully we're going to have some more discussions about how to get some grants or other opportunities like we did with the CARES Act funding directly to this business, to the business community that's been affected. And obviously prioritizing bars and entertainment venues that were, haven't been able to operate, I think should be a key role this time when we take advantage of those monies that are coming in. So my thoughts are to move forward with the fees as presented and look to hopefully have a bigger impact because we're talking about $800 or $1,100. I know, the grants that were rolled out last time through the CARES Act were almost $20,000. So a bigger impact, I think, could be made there and looking at this. Obviously, feeling the pain of all the businesses, and it is critical that we try and have the biggest bang for our buck. So I appreciate the conversation, but I'm in favor of moving forward with the fees as presented.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments? Supervisor Scott?
Just that I'm also in favor of moving forward with the fees as present.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public, as it looks like we have no further comment at the board, and we have a public comment here in the boardroom. Please come to the microphone. And if you're in the Zoom room, please press the button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand, or dial *9 to raise your hand if you're calling via telephone.
John Moss. I've been around a long time. longer than most of you, watching the supervisors and watching government. And I remember when Cameron Reeves was the county council and the Lake County Planning was told by the state that they have charged excessive fees. And the county had charged fees that they couldn't justify, and the county had to pay back those fees. It was a long time ago, but I do have a pretty good memory about that, and I'd like you to look that up, because it would be a shame if that happened again. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no hands up in the Zoom room, so let's go ahead and bring it back to the supervisors for action.
I didn't get a chance.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Joan was walking up, so I was just going to let her speak. But yeah, I wanted to make mention of the lake bed encroachment leases and fees. I don't really expect any change now. I'm looking at working with a gentleman in Water Resources, or he's actually working on a project for the Prop 68 funds in the Blue Ribbon Committee having to do with dilapidated docks and whatnot. However, after that and during this year, I'd like to work on some of those fees to ensure we could cover the amount, because the county usually has been answering with a lot of people and concerns about dilapidated docks that we don't have the funding to abate or anything of that nature. So I wanted to look at a new structure or an enhanced structure to provide that amount to be able to conduct that act, if that makes any sense. But in the meantime, while we're working on the Prop 68 fund, since it seems to be shovel ready, I'd rather focus attentions on that and from there develop what we need afterwards rather than kind of belabor this here. But I just wanted to make mention of it as I highlighted the encroachment lease fees and looked at other places. But again, I think we're on the right path. But so.
Thank you very much. And if we're ready, looking for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to move on to item 6.5, our 10:15 a.m. item, report and possible direction to staff concerning the future work of the EDTF. So this is our second quarter report coming back from the Economic Development Task Force. There have been some changes in the membership of the task force. Originally in the first quarter, the report that we received had both Supervisor Simon and Supervisor Crandall. Upon becoming chair, I put myself on the Economic Development Task Force. Apologize, Supervisor Crandall, but I was very excited to be a part of this. We will provide you with an update on where we are with past actions that happened in the first quarter, as well as updates of what is going on for the second quarter. We have moved our meetings from, I believe it was every 2 weeks before, now it's once a month. We're trying to keep track of the action plans for each item to make sure that there is movement in those topics, and also worked on new action plans. And I will say that after this report, my personal opinion, and I think it's the opinion of the task force as well, is I think we've hit our maximum potential for the amount of plans that we're working on. Now we just need to make sure that those plans move forward and don't sit idly by. So in the second quarter topics, we will be discussing electronic payments, paper divisions, full circle project, updating general and area plans, development of a unified development ordinance, streamlining permitting, and then we'll be discussing housing as well. And the electronic payments, there's some of the key individuals who have been part of this process have been very intimately involved with a major upgrade going on the second floor. We've been putting our software, I believe you all remember the conversation. We had a very antiquated server called an AS400, which is something you just rarely see these days, and this was moved on over to the cloud. And that migration from our standard software to the cloud software was absolutely taxing for our staff to be able to accomplish. That has been accomplished. Actually, I believe May 10th was when it went live, if I'm correct on the date, but somewhere along then. We have had discussions about the electronic payments. We are currently working on an RFP to go out, and I'm looking at CAO Hutchinson to make sure that I have the latest up-to-date information. What we've also learned is we need to really look into involving our tax collector in this process, for the fact that that typically is the point person for these types of updates when it comes to electronic payments in other counties. And so we will be working with all stakeholders to get this RFP out the door. There are many companies out there who know how to implement these things and can implement them looking at each department. I know that we have highlighted the community development department as one of our priorities to ensure that we can get electronic payments accessible for all at that department as well as others. We want to make sure that we don't, let's see if we can bring together what's already in existence. Right now, our tax collector has the ability for people to pay credit card for their property taxes. Our special districts has the capability to do that. We want to see if we can have one system that works for all, or we want to just kind of check in to see who can work with what, depending on what structure they need. Before I move on to the next topic, I want to check in with CAO Hutchinson, who also had a more recent conversation that I had with the team. We've been working with our IT department as well as our auditor controller with this, and wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything.
You covered it very well. I think the most important aspect of this is to have the participation of the department heads, departments who have a stake in this. Without them, we can't prepare and release an RFP. So we're looking for board direction.
Do we want to stop at each topic for board direction, or?
That's a good question. Let's see. I think you could wrap up with all your direction at the end.
Okay. So to be honest with you, it should be something that's simple, but our capacity for everything that we do is we're trying to request changes. We're trying to request more to be done from each department. In my opinion, once we get this RFP out the door, things will be very smooth in getting to our end result that we're looking for. And I hope that within the next 3 to 4 months that we can come back with a contract with who's going to be implementing these things for us. Next is our paper subdivisions. I wanted to kind of give you a visual. So if it's possible, Jake, if you can share the PowerPoint presentation that I posted or that I submitted to you. Okay, if we can go ahead and go to the next page. So this is a bit of a pilot program. We know that we've had a lot of discussions here about paper parcels. There is easily over 10,000 paper parcels meaning that they are properties that are owned by individuals where there is almost absolutely zero infrastructure, no sewer, no water, no electricity, potentially absolutely no roads, which makes it a very difficult thing for people to develop. Because it's difficult to develop, it becomes kind of the nuisance zone. This is where we find a lot of illegal cannabis cultivation. This is where we find a lot of illegal dumping. There was a 2015 report that was made. I don't have the specific title, but it was a paper parcel management plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors. And in that plan, it identified all the issues with our paper parcels. It identified some of the ideas that they had with these paper parcels. They were looking at trails, they were looking at parks, they were looking at all kinds of new types of developments that would make those properties active, because if we can get these properties to be active, then we start losing those nuisances that we are all accustomed to seeing, unfortunately. What was not in the plan was how do we get to that point of creating these types of plans. There are so many different owners of all of these 10,000 properties that it is difficult to have a coordinated plan of attack in order to get that change to happen. So we wanted to figure out, what is this coordinated plan? So we were looking in two areas. We were looking at the city of Clear Lake, and we were looking at Lucerne area. Those are two highlighted areas with a lot of paper parcels. And the city of Clear Lake is very proactive in wanting to deal with their paper parcels. They're ready to put some funding behind taking care of these paper parcels. So we chose to go ahead and see what we can do. And if we can find success with the city of Clear Lake, maybe we can carbon copy that and move it over to some of the other locations where we have paper parcels. So the location that we looked at after discussing it with the city of Clear Lake was between 18th and 2nd Avenue, and I'll show you a map a little bit later on in the presentation. Currently, I've identified 1,026 properties, and it's not even close to all the properties just in that bottom lower avenues, and it's approximately 126.3 acres that we're looking at. 286 of these have been tax defaulted to 5 years plus, meaning that they can be placed on the tax auction, and that's about 28% of all properties. And just the defaulted properties themselves add up to 32.63 acres. 29 of those 286, so approximately 10%, have already been auctioned but did not sell. What this means is we can now potentially do a direct sale or a sealed bid or some other form of sale to a specific entity such as the city of Clear Lake. I also found that we own 4 properties in the middle of these avenues. I'm not sure if somebody donated to us before 1981 when the city of Clear Lake became a city, or 1980, sorry, when it became a city. But we happen to own 4 properties. We need to make sure that there's no active function on those properties. I don't believe there is, but then those properties potentially can also be sold or do a sealed bid or of some sort to possibly the city of Clear Lake. All these tax defaults owed on those properties is $718,000 approximately, at $700 per property. 98% of all these lots are vacant, and only and this is one that I highlight all the time, only 8.28% of these 1,026 properties are owned within the county, meaning these are properties that have absolutely been forgotten. It's people who live in Arizona and Michigan. I have the entire United States mapped out for who owns these properties, which is potentially another reason as to why we find all these nuisances when they're not here and proactively taking care of their properties. If we can go to the next page. So here's a potential timeline. We have 1,000 plus properties divided by 200 per year. Potentially, we can get these done in 5 years. In the first 1 to 2 years, we're looking at tax defaulted properties to be auctioned. There's only 270 so far. If we split that in 2, right now we're looking at 500. We've talked about potentially 1,000, so that looks like that would be possible. 2 to 3 years to obtain all the other properties through donation, direct purchase, and having a direct dialogue with the property owners to get them involved in getting us to a better place with these paper parcels. And a lot of people do not know that they own these properties. There's another 1,500 properties within the area at approximately 30% default rate. If we apply the same default as before, that means approximately 500 properties are probably tax defaulted. Add another 3 to 4 years for tax defaulted properties to be auctioned, and another 3 to 4 years to obtain all the rest of those properties. We're looking at potentially 5 to 7 years, realistically maybe even 7 to 10 years. But at the same time, it's a plan to get us to a better place than where we are now. What this could do, less nuisance for the community in the area, no more inactive properties, meaning no more illegal grows, no more illegal dumping in those areas, and no more burden on our assessor's office to have to deal with so many properties. If we accumulate so much and make a large ag area, that is a whole lot less for them to deal with. It's less on our tax collector's office to continuously have to deal with these properties, and it's also better for local code enforcement, and all of this translates also to places like Lucerne if this pilot program moves on over. Let's go ahead and go to the next page. And these are just, there's the map. All the highlighted in red are the ones that with the city of Clear Lake, we made the decision to take a look at those properties. It's an issue of fire safety, it's an issue of illegal activities, it's an issue of just inactive properties that can absolutely be a benefit, create revenue, and expand our communities. And I believe that was the last page. Seek to do direct sales to the City of Clear Lake of previously auctioned properties, place properties approved by the City of Clear Lake onto the upcoming 2022 tax sale and 2023 as well. Seek to get entire blocks into the ownership of Clear Lake. If we can collect all the properties in a single block, it's so much easier to get development than if it's 150 by 100 lot here and there. We have to figure out how to accumulate contiguous parcels. Large lots of 5+ acres or large lots of 20+ acres can better be managed for development or potentially be managed for agriculture. Work with the City of Clear Lake to obtain the rest of the properties for development, and that I do not expect that our staff would be working on this. This is things that I would be working with the staff of the City of Clear Lake to accomplish as an example, but those again would translate over to us being able to do those same things for the paper parcel lots everywhere else. And I believe that was the last page. Yes. And so that's my quick presentation on the paper subdivisions, and I am going to pass it on to Supervisor Simon for the Full Circle project.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. And, obviously I want to thank everybody who participates, all our directors, administration, everybody who participates in the EDTF, our Economic Development Task Force. So the term has been used even here in today's meeting as we talk about the Full Circle project. In the second quarter, what was done was Scott Harder from Special District, Richard Ford, Assessor. We kind of set up a subcommittee, including myself, to look at the opportunities as we move forward with the Full Circle project. And for those that don't know, the Full Circle project is a sewer project that was talked about back in 2004, and now it's being reinvigorated with the opportunity for economic development and also infrastructure funds as we move forward into this probably next 5 to 10 years. The Full Circle Affluent Pipeline Project has tremendous impact on many of our communities, and not only capture and transport treated effluent and sewage, which is currently discharging into septic tanks into the ground in the communities of Lakeport, Findlay, and Kelseyville, but is also replenishing water, could also be used for replenishing watersheds and the greater watershed health throughout the basin here in the Big Valley area. It would allow future build-out of public sewer systems in the Riviera communities, reducing the impact of the current septic systems on the water quality of Clear Lake. Long-term success. We always talk about our greatest asset is the lake, and this would just be one more step in that opportunity to help, to help the lake do what it needs to do to take care of us. As we talk through that project, it is, like I said, just valuable for us. It will also allow for other economic development opportunities and address some of the property values. When you have a property that's on septic or other things, that is affecting a lot of those properties in the area. But looking at our Riviera communities and other things, it would also provide long-term stability and opportunities for those areas. As we know and we've learned throughout the years of disaster, looking at these projects, we had a community in South County through the Valley Fire that was devastated. The Anderson Springs community lost over 200 homes there. And with the new laws and current building requirements, we had to get a system in there so we could rebuild that community. So hopefully that never happens, but you need to learn from the past and hopefully plan for the future. And this is one of those things that we want to have just in case something doesn't go our way. We want to be able to plan and rebuild these communities for long-term success here in Lake County. We'll also be carrying the increased production of geothermal power, and the reason it does that is it'll be carrying the effluent and connecting our complete system to get power up to or water and effluent back into the geothermal industry, and thereby increasing property tax and valuations that have been hampered. In addition, the treated recycling wastewater could supply agricultural needs in the Big Valley groundwater basin, lessening demand on groundwater and providing greater resiliency against drought and open opportunities and increased economic development. And with the Economic Development Task Force, we're always talking about thinking outside of the box and future. And when we talk green energy, a lot of folks, they're still focused on battery backup, wind, solar, but there's another opportunity that's out there, I think. There are some cities, I think the city of Portland and Oregon, as they're moving these effluents or water through pipes, they're also creating energy. So I think long-term discussions about that, of how, if we're moving millions and millions of gallons every day through these pipes, how do we turn that into another opportunity of green energy with turbines or other things that could be inside the piping systems? And that stuff, I think, is the outside, of the box thinking of opportunities for us to create green energy and also utilize water flow in a positive manner. And I know there's other projects that are being talked about in the county, but I think this would be really unique because it's always going to be flowing and we're always going to have that opportunity. You won't need sun, you won't need wind, it's always moving because the toilets are always flushing or the drains are always working. So I think just long-term opportunities, it provides some other stuff for us to look at it. Also, obviously, the economic impact and the job opportunities. When we had talked about some of these, potentially this is somewhere anywhere between $50 to $80 million project. And obviously that will bring in jobs and opportunities as we're building these things. It is exciting that we started these conversations. And then this year, there was an opportunity for us. In April, we had the opportunity to present the project to Congressman Mike Thompson as a request for the community project funding application through the efforts of the EDTF and members of the administration. Carol and also Susan Parker worked very hard with all the department heads to present this proposal to Congressman Thompson for direct funding to update our feasibility study and we have asked for a $400,000 earmark for the preliminary design report update, and they thought that was a good project. So we're moving forward with that. I know Congressman Thompson is completely behind it. He just reported at our Middletown area town hall, and we had a direct conversation about that. I want to thank him for that opportunity to present this, but I think we have a pretty good line on at least getting the preliminary steps and designs to move forward with this project here in Lake County. Obviously, it's going to be a long-term project. We've talked about some of those today, but this one, I think we would look in the next 5 to 7 years as a real opportunity for us to be moving forward with this project. And that's a huge win for the Economic Development Task Force. I know some of these things, as Bruno said, are small, but the small steps forward that we're talking about today are going to make some great impact for everybody. And we'll go back through the list and hopefully get approvals from the board. But I would agree with Bruno, we are kind of maxed out. I think some of these projects are going to take us a while, but getting some implemented RFPs and other things out there by the end of the year are really going to help us move forward with these things. So with the ARP funds, with the Economic Development Task Force, I think it's all aligning after we come out of this horrible pandemic that we've just been through, and we prepare ourselves in the best way we can with looking at the 2028 vision of Lake County of getting this to be a better place. So I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the board with the Economic Development Task Force, and we'll continue to give updates on a quarterly basis and keep things moving forward. So thank you very much to everybody that's working hard on this. And I know each one of the board members, we're on so many different committees and other things, and we heard reports about that today. We're always focusing on, bettering our communities, and I want to thank each and every one of you for everything you guys do on the other committees and the support from administration and also Anita. So that's it. That's all I have today. Thank you.
Did you have an update for us on the general plan and Unified Development Ordinance?
Yeah, obviously, a little shorter on that one. I'll get right to it, obviously. We are going to be let me find it here. So updating the area plan and development of unified plan ordinance, streamlining and the permitting process. So as we are looking to move forward with that in other ways, we're also looking to do some RFPs as we move forward. There are some challenges, obviously, in CDD with capacity and other things. And what we're looking to do this year, a recommendation is recommends issuing an RFP for updating the general plan in the fall of 2021. And also looking at potentially streamlining the permitting and the development process at this time until we get the capacity and some things in motion. We'll kind of be slowing that process down because we don't want to kind of as we always say, too much capacity, too many things going on at once. I think we addressed the issues that we think would be possible in 2021, and I think updating our general plan and other things and all the other conversations we have needs to be our priority in that. So that's what I have.
It's not being dropped. It is still being looked at and will be accomplished. It's a matter of time at this moment in time, and hopefully we'll come back with RFP sooner than later on that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Did you have anything to add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
One of the last topics that we discussed was housing. We had a good meeting where we invited social services to give us an insight on all their programs that they have in supporting housing. And we learned a lot about those programs, and there's a lot of, what's the right word to use? There's a lot of difficulties with not only getting those programs out to the right people, but getting the successes we're looking for out of those programs. They're very limited on who can get access, and those who have the ability to have access have a lot of struggles in their financial lives to be able to make it really happen. It's not impossible to be successful, but our success rate has not been what we're looking for. And so we want to look further into housing. We want to expand what housing looks like for Lake County in the future. We have talked, just as we have talked here amongst us here at the board, about a housing director of sorts, and that is still being looked into. We have not gotten anything firm coming out of the EDTF. The discussions have occurred, but we are going to continue those conversations with the potential of coming back to the board to create a new committee or a new it needs to be staffed is really what it comes down to in the long run, but we need to figure out what exactly are we staffing, what is our goal, and so on and so forth. I'll give CAO Hutchinson the ability to chime in on this one as well, and I do want to put out a thank you to all staff that is a part of this EDTF. Thank you to Michelle Scully for leading our discussions. And I want to thank Susan Parker, who seems to have her name on everything that we're doing in the EDTF. So definitely wanted to make that be known.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the subject of housing, there are just so many opportunities that are going to be available to us that I really appreciate your comments about the need to continue our discussion and come back with some recommendations for better staffing the housing function or contracting it out or whatever the best model is. And when I say housing, I mean the gamut of housing programs, of which there are many. There's a little here, there, and in multiple departments. And so the hope would be to take a more focused approach so we can benefit from some of the many opportunities that are coming for housing and homelessness and all kinds of things.
Right, and I think that one of our goals would be as the funding that we allowed Lakeport and Clear Lake to have access to, if we could use that funding, then we would benefit the most, and we want to make sure for those future funds that we're prepared for that. And at this moment, we are not prepared for that, so we need to look at making those changes. So that is your update from the second quarter. Just because the Economic Development Task Force is not focused on maybe what people in the public or board members would like us to focus on does not mean those things cannot happen. It is just what the EDTF itself is focusing on. CDD obviously is receiving a lot of applications that has to do with economic development. We're still focused on those things as a board. So this is not just the only things that is happening in the county that has to deal with economic development. It's such a broad subject matter that it's so much more than this, but we feel that these things are foundational to the changes that we want to see in the long run. And so here they are presented to you as was presented. Any comments or questions? We have a question from CAO Hutchinson.
Actually, a comment, Mr. Chair, in terms of the action you might take following the discussion. Really, the primary thing on here as a timely action item would be that your board direct the stakeholder departments to work with our office to develop the RFP, for electronic payments, credit card acceptance. The Full Circle project, that also contemplates an RFP, but the first thing we need is confirmation that it's funded, and it's my understanding that we'll know that in the fall, and so that would be a step that would come after that. So really, at this point in time, with many of the discussions ongoing at the Economic Development Task Force, we are asking that you direct the departments that have a stake in credit card payments to work with us very closely in the next few weeks so we can meet that deadline to get the RFP out this summer.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska.
I just appreciate all of this work. I know it's a lot of discussion. These are our long-term, this is how we get to our long-term vision, and it's a lot to do in the beginning and to bring everybody to the table and to really start that visioning and putting the pieces together. So I'm appreciative of this work, and I recognize that, it takes a lot of thought and long-term visioning. And we're going to get there, and we don't get anywhere without this work. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for the report out.
Thank you. And I do want to say that I skipped ahead a little bit. I've already submitted some of these properties in the city of Clear Lake to Barbara Ringen to place on the June tax auction that is occurring. I'm thankful that those properties made the list, and I believe that June 5th through 8th is our tax auction. It will be at Bid for Assets, so make sure to sign up for that if you're interested in developing property, obtaining property, whatever your reasons are, but just be aware that it will be happening on June 5th, and you need to sign up, and you need to do a deposit before a certain amount of time. So please go to Bid for Assets to make sure you get that done in time. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Oh, Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah. This week should be the week you're getting hot on that auction right now, because it's coming up in a couple of weeks, but I've been doing the same as you, promoting it, trying to get people, good, new people in the area, if not new people, responsible owners, so that they can take care of those properties. But otherwise, I'd like to highlight the work that's been done here on this Economic Development Task Force. I appreciate it. A lot of it's been discussed, but at the same time, some of it kind of altered, and I really appreciate the paper subdivisions going kind of up above tax auctions, because it's one of the things that's clogging it up the most. So I appreciate that getting kind of handled first. It's one of those things when you chip away at something, you got to chip off something that's taking up too much energy, and that one is just like it's just there.
It's huge.
So I appreciate that. The area plans, I know we talked about it, but and you brought forward that ideal, and it's getting done, and I'd like to see, I'd like to see that through. And so I think we're going in the right direction with this. So yeah, just want to highlight that.
And again, hopefully we will be seeing things coming back to the board more so than just a presentation and a report, and those will be coming back as action items for us to start really making these go into effect. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. If anybody has any comments on this item. And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board, and we are looking for action to ask for all stakeholders of the electronic payments to come together in order to get the RFP finalized.
Yep, I'm in support, obviously.
Yes, Mr. Chair, more specifically, Christine Hutt in our office. She's an administrative analyst. She'll be convening our first meetings on that, and so when she reaches out to department heads, or departments, I should say, we're just asking that they respond and work with us to schedule.
And I'll go ahead and, as we do that, we're talking the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, IT, special districts, community development, solid waste, animal control. It's going to take everybody on this one. So I just want to let everybody know that, I'm in complete favor. This is one of the things probably every board member has gotten a call on, electronic payments. It's 2021. I know it's hard work. We appreciate all the help from each department head that we just named there, but I'm in complete support of getting it completed.
And just because I know that our auditor controller is listening, we're going to see what we can do about Bitcoin too. And I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. I believe we have consensus for that. there's no need for a specific motion. Please let us know if you have any troubles, CAO Hutchinson, so that we can go ahead and make sure that that happens so we can move smoothly.
Thank you.
And that is the end of the item. Our next one was our 10:45 a.m. item, which has been postponed until June 8th at 1:30 p.m. So now let's go back to our pulled items from our consent agenda. And our first one that we're going to go over is 5.10. A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to the Lake County Code, Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to fulfill the responsibilities of the Behavioral Health Services Medical Director for the fiscal year 2021-22 for a contract maximum of $90,000 and authorize the board chair to sign. And the reason I bring this up is both 510 and 511 are basically the same thing, but for different purposes of behavioral health. They are both at $90,000, and the pay, I believe, is at about $200 an hour, and I believe it's 8 hours a week is what we are asking for this doctor to do. And obviously it's signing orders. You need a medical doctor, and this medical doctor is out of Sacramento. And I was curious, and I apologize for not getting these questions out and answered prior to this meeting, but I was curious if we ever did an RFP or some sort of recruiting process to get multiple candidates. I would assume that Dr. Singh is not the only doctor available that every county, there's 58 counties in the state of California, is using. And so wondering if we've ever done an RFP to make sure that we are getting the biggest bang for our buck, for the fact that this is such a costly contract for such little amount of work that is needed. Wanted to check in and see if Director Metcalf.
He stepped out, Mr. Chair. I invited him back in, but I don't see him yet.
And so my only issue was not the contract. I get it that the contract most likely will be at a price that is elevated, but at the same time I was checking in on the waive the formal bidding process, and for such a high cost, if we've ever done it before. And I know that in our previous conversation last week, I'm not sure if it was meant for all contracts, but I was told by Director Metcalf that in the 4.5 years that he has been director, there has not been a bidding process. But again, this one being a contract with a worker versus a contract with an agency, I don't know if there's a difference in that. But again,
So, Mr. Chair, I've invited Director Metcalf back, and I've also invited Denise Pomeroy back into the Zoom because you pulled some of her items. And so I might suggest that while we're waiting for them to come back, you could take up
reports.
another item, your calendars, or?
Yep, let's go ahead and let's start with Supervisor Simon on your reports and calendar.
All right, just to finish up today's meeting, obviously tomorrow I have on my calendar of the Economic Development Task Force on Wednesday. And then we also have, tonight I also have the 5 o'clock CMAT check-in. We'll have that again tomorrow, Wednesday. And then Thursday, we have our CMAT closeout, which I think I saw it earlier is 12 to 2? 2 to 4 on Thursday, our CMAT closeout. So this whole week, obviously, and through the weekend, we've been doing the CMAT. We've had our final workshop yesterday, community workshop. We've had great participation. So just looking forward to receiving the final CMAT report out to us, and looking at getting the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority and all folks thinking fire-wise here in Lake County as we move forward with the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. And obviously we're talking fire right now, but the Risk Reduction Authority addresses all risks in the county. So excited about that process, and it's been constant and I think intense, but really good. And proud to say, it's the first one in California, but I really appreciate the professionalism and the honest, look at what we're doing here. So, and the participation from all of our stakeholders in the county, from the cities, the government, county, nonprofit, everybody who's on board and has always been caring about our community.
Do you mind
And
if
then-
I ask you a quick question
Yeah,
about
go ahead.
that? Is the risk reduction looking at drought?
Yes.
We're looking at everything, yes. And we're looking at expanding. And we will be coming back to the board with some additional additions to some seats on the board. We have added the cities, tribe, and also the water districts. And I know the water district has stepped up, so we're going to start coming back to the board and adding some of those things. But as all things too, you know, funding is always a conversation. So that will be something we'll be having down the road. As we move into the weekend, obviously it's the holiday weekend. We have the EOC call on Friday morning that is scheduled. And we'll work through there. And then obviously on the weekend, I have a couple of different things. Lower Lake Days is going on. The parade will be in Lower Lake on Sunday. So please come out and enjoy. It's going to be a little different, obviously. They're doing everything on a protocol. They're going to have the parade, and then I think they're not going to have the stuff down at the park. It's going to be more food trucks and some other stuff to keep it safe. So glad to have that back, a little bit of normal. So that'll be great. And then on Monday, I'll be participating in the Memorial Day service down at the Middletown Cemetery. Be reading and joining Jim Comstock, former supervisor. He'll read the names of our veterans and everybody laying there in the cemetery, and then I will also read the names of our tribal veterans from Middletown Rancheria. So it's a great ceremony that happens down there. And then we don't have a meeting next week, huh? Well, so I got to take it off
Because of Memorial Day's
my
parade.
calendar.
Come if you want.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's on my calendar, so I'm always preparing. So LTA and APC on Wednesday, and then next Thursday, the 3rd, I have the CCR Public, our Class and Comp Committee going on. And then once again, I'm not sure if we're going to go bi-weekly on the drought meetings, and then moving right over into a meeting with Carol on the 7th, and then back here with the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, the 8th.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, and so I'll, today after our meeting, of course, agenda review. Tomorrow I have a meeting with the fire chief and one of the tribal leaders, East Neighborhood Watch at 7 p.m. I'll be in the office Thursday here, probably tuning into the Planning Commission meeting as well. Friday is graduation for the high school, and I'll try to navigate, I know they have their own specifications on how that'll take place, but see how I can get to that. If not, I'll just be part of the, they have like a little drive-through type of thing going on through the town. So that may be the option on that. Let's see. Of course, we don't have a meeting next week. We will definitely be having I know that there's TID on Wednesday the 2nd. There is also, we would have the Earth Committee meeting, which is the East Region Town Hall. This last month was the first month of May, was the first month for all my town halls to actually meet in person and via Zoom. So we did somewhat of a hybrid meeting like we do here. They all went through, and we got through them. And so we'll hopefully be enhancing and making them better meetings, and hopefully more people attend. We'll see how that goes here on June 2nd when we have the next. And then, of course, the CSA2 meeting that I usually go to as well. I think the 4th, we have a leadership for diversity inclusion with CSAC that will be.
CSAC training, yes.
Yes, and so we'll be attending that. And then Middle Creek Restoration, of course, on the 7th, and back here on Tuesday for the meeting on the 8th.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Scott.
Tonight, I will be attending a CTA event at Reese Ranch. Looks like going to be an exciting event, new business opening. Tomorrow, or Wednesday morning, board, a community ad hoc committee meeting at 8 o'clock, and then first 5 at 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow evening at 5:30 will be the senior parade that's going to go through Lakeport and the greater surrounding areas, because it's going all the way up Lakeshore to the avenues and then back again. So I'll be out on the street cheering on our seniors. Thursday, I have a Hope Rising meeting at 9 o'clock. Then 9 to 11, and then a Sir Optimus meeting at 6 o'clock that evening. Friday, last day of school for the kids. which is exciting. And then a SafeRx meeting at 11 o'clock. And then a 1 o'clock meeting with Michael Moss from Behavioral Health. Saturday, I will be attending the Memorial Day Parade. I'm definitely in agreement of finding some normalcy, so we're excited about that. June 1st, I will be attending the City of Lakeport Council meeting because we're going to be talking to them about our ACT committee that we're trying to form here in the Lakeport and surrounding areas. We're actually using the zip code 95453 because it's so much greater than just the city limits of Lakeport, and we're looking at engaging our youth and trying to get them interested in government and how government works, and trying to form a youth ad hoc committee for the city of Lakeport that will not only report to the city of Lakeport, but maybe come to the Board of Supervisors, things that they're working on or their interest in our community, just getting our youth activated. That funding's coming down from the state. We haven't completely been approved for that, but it's looking really good. And then on the 2nd, I have meetings in the morning with constituents, and then an ACT meeting in the afternoon. On the 3rd, public service appeal follow-up meeting in the afternoon at 1:30, and then a COC meeting at 3. On the 4th, Friday the 4th, will be the Smart Start Bright Future launch at noon. We hope to see all you there and our community. If you're interested in going to that launch to finding out more about Smart Start and how that's going to be rolling out into our community, you can look at the Hope Rising Facebook page or my Facebook page, and you have to register to be able to get the Zoom link because that'll be a virtual event. And then on the 7th, my husband comes home after being gone for way too long, and then back here on the 8th.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Pyska.
I have a couple things to report. The CMAT meetings, as Supervisor Simon mentioned, have been amazing, just amazing and intense and collaborative. We've had between 25 and 30 stakeholders throughout our county participating, and so it's been pretty amazing. We have nightly check-ins with the team. They worked through the weekend. They're working over 12 hours a day. They've worked solid since the Friday before last. So it's pretty special. They are going to be delivering their report to us on Thursday. Supervisor Simon and I are planning on bringing that report with the recommendations to you with our partners from the National Forest who sponsored the event. So we really look forward to bringing that to you in June as soon as we can. Supervisor Scott and I had our first Ag Committee meeting, and I forgot to bring it up last week. It was great. We got together with our stakeholders that are on the committee, and we had another one join us. And we were talking about the walnut tree die-off, which I think we've all heard about. Kind of diving into that, how we can support our ag community. One of the issues that's come out of that is how do we deal with all this vegetation? I mean, we've got dead and dying trees, which is a fire issue too. So we need to help them figure out the best way to dispose of these old trees. The old trees suffered the die-off as well as the young trees. So these are pretty substantial trees that need to be disposed of. The easiest thing to do is an agricultural burn, but that's not really the best thing to do for our county. In the past, they've been able to chip, but that's really cost prohibitive. So we're talking with air quality and figuring out how we can get a chipping program in place or a curtain burner. We have an opportunity with an ag family in Middletown who's purchased a curtain burner. And if you don't know what a curtain burner is, it's like a big metal container that you can burn in with no smoke. So it's been a way that people have been able to clean up forests that have been burned without a lot of pollution. It's a completely smokeless burn. So that's a new economic opportunity for a family that's local, that we can connect with our our ag stakeholders, and also possibly other vegetation management opportunities. So it's really interesting to see all of this come together. One of the other topics that they brought up is the support of the UC Extension staff that we have has been waning over the years, and they are really reliant on that staff, particularly as we move forward with climate change affecting so much of our local agriculture. So those are the conversations that we're having. We have a subcommittee that's creating the bylaws. We are going to meet again in July, and then we're going to have regular meetings in November and March with meetings as needed as we go forward. So immediately, we found ways that we can be helpful. So we're going to be bringing some letters of support to you so that we can really help support our Ag Committee proactively. I had a Cauberry Council meeting last week, and we had Director Ewing really start the park visioning process with that community. That was a pretty special moment because, you know, we talk about fires and recovery and, you know, this difficult work that this community has been doing for so long. And so to have a discussion about a park was a moment of hope for everybody, and that came up in the discussion. They were very grateful. So I want to pass that on to you as we, from at our level, support this process going forward. And then I got a very special text Saturday morning, and I invited Supervisor Simon to join me. The Fire Hawk that we're getting at Boggs Halitak did a practice landing on the brand new pad to see. We all had our cameras out we had to video how much dust and disturbance was going to be caused by this giant helicopter landing. And so we monitored that, and we got to put eyes on it. And this thing is massive, and this is going to be our resource in our county to fight fires. Our little helicopter, our little Boggs 104, is a Vietnam-era helicopter that has been tricked out and outfitted by CAL FIRE in a crazy way to do what it does. And that's a tiny little thing compared to this giant Firehawk that we're going to be getting. So we got to see eyes on that, put our eyes on that. We were all over that thing, weren't we? Yeah, we were so excited. So we got to see it come in. It doesn't make a lot more noise than the old 104. It has a different sound, but I don't think it's going to impact the community in any way. And we should be getting ours later this month. And I hope that you all can come check it out when it arrives, because you know, these Firehawks can work at night. It's going to really change the process, you know, how we fight fires here. And this thing holds like 12 people.
Yeah.
It is big. So very, very exciting that we got to witness that.
And 4 times the water capacity than what we have right now. It has a 1,000-gallon tank. The current one we have is about 250, depending on weight and heat and all this other stuff. But this really gives us the capacity, and it's one heck of a unique. One of the comments we had in CMAT, what makes you sleep better at night? Well, that's one thing in fire season that'll help us sleep better at night, you know, so it was good.
Yeah, so we're excited about that. So tonight, this evening, our nightly CMAT, which we've done for almost 10 days now, it seems like. Tomorrow, an ad hoc committee first thing in the morning. Got some doctor's appointments for my kids. I'm going to be sitting on an Advancing Climate Equity webinar tomorrow, which Anita shared with me last night. Again, tomorrow night we have CMAT, the Cavern Radio check-in. It's fire season, so everybody's practicing with the radio network. Thursday morning, I may be listening in on the Hope Rising Governing Board meeting. I like to be in the background there and pay attention to what's going on. I have a meeting with Angie and Clay Shannon. We're going to be having our CMAT closeout in the afternoon from 2 to 4. And then A brand new thing that's going to be happening throughout this summer on the last Thursday of the month is the Side Street Market in Kelseyville. So if you're coming through Kelseyville on a Thursday evening at the end of the month, stop by. It's going to be a really wonderful artisan fair. I think there's about 12 vendors that are going to be participating there. Friday afternoon, the Zoom with Supervisor Scott and Michael Mose. This is going to be a nice holiday weekend where we don't have CMAT, and so I'm looking forward to it. Tuesday is nothing because I just deleted the board meeting. On the 2nd, TID in the morning. On the 3rd, I'm going to be taking over a long-standing tradition from Supervisor Brown and handing out awards for K-Corps at Kelseyville High School. So I'm excited about that. And on the 4th, Smart Start, Bright Future launch. I think that's, on the 7th, I'm going to be working on that Cobbler Festival planning that the Cobb Area Council has decided to go forward with. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time on that this summer.
If you need any tasters, let us know.
Oh, you know, thank you for volunteering because we actually have a cobbler contest, and I may sign you up for that.
I could, yeah.
I'll enter the contest and you can do the tasting.
I think I could handle something like that. All right, and that's it?
That's it.
All right, thank you so much. So just some quick highlights from last week. Interesting conversation during our LAFCO about the City of Clear Lake water districts. Not much that we can do from the LAFCO perspective, as there's 4 different water purveyors in the City of Clear Lake. One of them is private, one of them is mutual, and 2 of them are public, but one of the public is basically Lower Lake Water District that kind of goes into the Dam Road area. But the idea is we're looking at fire safety, we're looking at economic development. How are we working together as one to make sure that we have fire hydrants where they belong, that we have fire flow in those fire hydrants and up to date. There's a lot of things that have changed over the past decade. It used to be the fire districts that checked fire flows, now it's the water districts. And we're looking to enhance the communication and enhance the acknowledgement that these things are up to date, up to code, and being worked on. And so those conversations will continue and eventually come back to LAFCO. And one of the reasons LAFCO brought this together is we're looking at the map, which is all stuff that is approved by Yolo County Flood Control, because they're drawing out of the lake. And there is so much overlap of who's taking care of what areas, and so we need to clean up our map so that there's not all this overlap and we really know who it is that has a jurisdiction and where their district limits are. So that'll be coming back. Later on that afternoon, I had what I hope to be a great meeting with some developers, looking at some commercial development, looking at some housing development. Every time I meet somebody who wants to do development, I'm always asking more questions. Where else can we get you working? And I'm hopeful that that comes through. There was some good questions that were put in my email after the fact of our meeting, which tells me that there's definitely interest and more to come. So now, I think that was it for my reports from last week of things that I think would be of interest to you. This week, the 25th, I have, I'll try to join today. I think we'll have the drought meeting with Congressman Thompson later on. I'm sure we'll probably do some sort of agenda review. Not sure if that'll be later today or possibly tomorrow, but we'll figure that out. Tomorrow we have the Economic Development Task Force. Then I'm also going to be meeting, and this is something I just didn't really want to talk about during our public comment, but I will be meeting with Yolo County Flood Control. I have a lot of questions as we deal with drought. Some of the responses that I receive from my questions leave me with great concern. And I'll just kind of provide some summary of what was told to me. There is no enforcement whatsoever from Yolo County on who is drawing from our lake as far as water trucks. They do some enforcement in Yolo County for people who draw from the creeks and the canals, but because they don't have an office here and they don't have feet on the ground, they are going by the honor system. That's, in my opinion, unacceptable in a drought situation. We need to make sure that the right people are accessing our lake. And so this is part of my greater conversation as I worry about our water usage, especially illegal water usage. And I want to make sure that both coming out of the ground as well as coming out of our lake, that it's for the right purposes and that these are permitted purposes during an extreme drought. There was just a report that came out today that the moisture in our soils is the lowest it has been in 125 years. And that is definitely not something to scoff at. That is something that makes this situation very real. Later tomorrow evening, I'm going to be joining the Lake County Fire Protection District and join their monthly meeting. Then I'm going to be joining a Cultural Awareness Committee meeting over on Thursday. I'm meeting with cannabis grower on Thursday, a CSAC call later on, starting with our EOC over on Friday for the drought to get things looking, to look at where we stand on things. And the water trucks were brought up during our last meeting, so this is something I'm continuing to look into and find out what we can do about that. And it's not to stop it, it's to make sure that we're regulating it correctly and that it's being used appropriately. I am also meeting with a lot of ag employers on Friday, as I'm going to be bringing something to the board on June 8th, which they really need to talk to me about before it gets put on the agenda. And then I will be at the Memorial Days Parade in Lower Lake. They asked me to use my PA system, so they've also asked me to be the commentator, presenter, the MC, thank you. I have a microphone, and then they want to use my microphone. It's not really me. But I'll be happy to be there because, yes, it's always fun. It's one of those celebrated events that happens in Lower Lake, and I'm looking forward to it, especially the new food trucks, as food trucks are getting more and more normal these days for people to have. And I don't know if I can really say the name, but there's the, what is it? It's Badass Something. That's the name of the new truck. I forget what it was that, yes, well, it's the name of the business. They have one in Santa Rosa that's with coffee, so I think it's moving along. But yeah, I'm getting excited about all that, back to normalcy, enjoying ourselves and coming back together as a community. Then on Monday, the 31st, even though it's a day off, we'll still have a CSAC phone call to catch up on what's going on with COVID-19. It's getting quicker and quicker these days as we're getting towards June 15th. Still, at this moment in time, the state of California is not planning to get rid of their state of emergency. They're looking to hit a certain percentage of vaccination. And also they are just ensuring that nothing will re-erupt in fall if we don't reach a certain level of vaccination, and so they're going to keep it open most likely for quite a while, and maybe in fall they'll get rid of it, but maybe things will change. I'm going to be meeting with some constituents on Thursday. I'm starting to fill that up since I also deleted the meeting. LTA on Wednesday. And I have like 5 different things here. I also have an agenda review on that Wednesday. I'm sure we can move that. Then I'm going to be meeting with the city of Clear Lake, and I want to show you guys. Eventually I'll bring it for my next week, or on the 8th, I'll show you. We're going to be looking at implementing all those fish sculptures that I've talked to you guys about before. I want to make sure you see it because I'm excited about what that's going to look like, and I hope others will want to see those erected in their areas. Not much going on Thursday until the afternoon. CSAC call and a City of Clear Lake meeting, and then of course there's the Smart Start Bright Future and also having another meeting for potential development and commercial development in the city of Clear Lake. There's some people in this area that have quite the investment already, and they want to continue investing in Lake County, and I can't appreciate that enough. We need more people like that, and so I want to make sure that they do something in District 2 if possible. Actually, they purchased the old Wyzita's Hotel in the city of Clear Lake, which burned down about 6 years ago, something like that. And so they got that off the tax auction, and they're excited to speak with us to figure out what their plans are. So that's exciting to me. And let me just go to the next week. I don't think I have much at that point. I guess if I go to June, I might find out. Meadow Creek Restoration, as Supervisor Crandall stated already, CSAC call, a meeting with our CAO, and then back here on the 8th for our regular meeting. And that will do it for now. Let's see if, okay, we have both Director Metcalf and Pomeroy. So let's go ahead and pull item 510. And let me just read it again. Waive the formal bidding pursuant to the Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services, and B, approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to fulfill the responsibilities of the Behavioral Health Services Medical Director for fiscal year 2021-22 for a contract maximum of $90,000 and authorize the board authorize the board chair to sign. Sorry. And the reason I pulled this, Director Metcalf, is it's a large number. It's 90,000. The next item, 511, is also 90,000. And I believe, and I'm just going from the top of my head, that all we are asking is for 8 hours a week. Basically, this is you're an MD, you get to sign orders because we can't just do things without a doctor's approval behind. I know how healthcare works, so I appreciate what your needs are in order to be able to move along with the services you offer to the community. What I'm curious about is the waive the formal bidding. Have we ever done an RFP? Have we ever done a recruitment? And I get it that it's easier to get a contract for this type of position than it is to hire for that position. But seeing how Dr. Singh is in the city of Sacramento and seeing how most likely he never really steps in the county of Lake, he probably signs things over remotely and things like that. Have we ever done a sort of recruitment to find out, can we get a better price on this for 16 hours a week for $180,000 a year? Just curious about that. I have no problem with the contract itself, just looking to see if we've ever gone out for a competitive bid for this.
Well, Mr. Chair, I can say in my 4.5 years here, no, we have not. We have not.
Okay. And so that's my only question. It would be the same one for 511. And so at this point, I will be voting no on the waive the formal bidding, just to be sincere. And I hope that we can do a formal bidding in the future to ensure that we are getting the maximum. And I'm not saying that what he does is not hard work, but it's just it's such a large number for such a small amount of tasks that we're asking them to get done. I do want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to ensure we're getting the maximum bang for our buck.
I appreciate that, but I would hope that this item, well, I'm advocating that it does get approved because we will be operating out of compliance starting July 1 if we don't have this in place. So that's my ask.
And my argument for that one, or my rebuttal to that, would be I'm okay with an extension as we go through an RFP, which is why I feel comfortable with saying no to the waive the formal bidding. I think we can easily extend or amend contracts so that we don't have that gap, and I don't believe you're even allowed to have a gap, or you cannot function as a agency for the services you're offering.
Correct. So, okay, that works.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, let's open it.
Yeah, I do. So, Would it, if we got an extension, would it cause any other issues if we opened the RFP for this?
Director?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've never done, I haven't done that before. But I wouldn't think so if we already have an agreement in place and we're just extending this on a whatever month to month or whatever basis. We should be okay. But I can certainly find out.
Could we table this until next meeting? Then we could find out if there's an opportunity to extend the current contract and then go through the RFP process?
And I would say that's a possibility. It depends if there's 3 other members of the board that wish to move forward, at which point then that's a moot point. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, today, I think the process of pulling them off and everything, I know that you talked about bringing something back to change, to make a change somewhere about the formal bidding process. At least Supervisor Sabate has talked about it. So today I'm ready to move forward with the, you know, with these 2 items for approval, at least myself, to move through that process. If we want to make a change for next year when the contract's coming up to get that change, I think that could be part of the motion or something. But moving forward with it at this point and making a complete change so we're not pulling it off every week and saying, listen, department heads, coming up on your contracts moving forward, we'd like to see something different. So I'm in favor of that, but sending a message across the board, you know, just in, hey, everybody, this is going to be a change we're making right now. So I'm in favor of that, but I'm in favor today of moving forward with 10 and 11 as is.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Supervisor Scott?
Just that I agree, we need to be moving forward on this item and also looking at bringing something back to change the way that we do the waiving process.
And I am working on bringing that back. I'm hoping to get that to us on June 8th.
Mr. Chair.
CAO Hutchinson.
Certainly, an extension would be needed with the current agreement if you're not going to go forward with approving this agreement, because this is for next fiscal year. But you do have a little time. You could take another week to at least let the department head research, or excuse me, 2 more weeks, I guess, because you don't meet next week, to let the department head research whether or not a short-term extension would be effective. And then perhaps just work on an extension while an RFP is out. Because this takes effect July 1, you have a little bit of time that the department head could look into this if you want to.
And I would be more than happy to explore that. No, not a problem.
Okay. And we'll let the board make that decision on how we're going to go about that. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Supervisor Crandall?
I'm fine either way, to be honest, but if it makes more sense to, like, move forward now and then in the future, from here forward, bring something, bring an RFP, you know, with different contractors. But I think we should just move forward with this today. I'm okay with that.
Okay. And if everyone's ready, I'll open it up for the public. Any public comment on item 5.10? And seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and make the motion then. I know there's a couple different discussions, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the motion here. So I move to, sorry about that, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County recommendations of Code Section 3.8 and is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and B, approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to fulfill responsibilities of behavioral health services medical director for fiscal year 21-22 for a contract maximum of $90,000, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second from Supervisor Scott. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
No.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we're going to move on to item 511, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to the Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to fulfill the responsibilities of the Substance Use Disorder Medical Director for fiscal year 2021-22 for a contract maximum of $90,000 and authorize the board chair to sign. So I don't have anything more to say other than this is an exact match of 5.10. So if there's anything further, Director Metcalf, that you would like to state on this item?
No, pretty much the same as what I said on the previous item.
Okay, thank you very much. Any conversation, questions, or comments from the board? All right, let's open it up to the public. Any comments on item 5.11? All right, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and B, to approve the agreement for the County of Lake and Hardeep Singh to fulfill the responsibilities of Substance Use Disorder SUD Medical Director for fiscal year 21-22 for a contract maximum of $90,000, and authorize the board chair to sign.
I have a motion from Supervisor Simon, a second from Supervisor Scott. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
I'm sorry, I think
Aye.
I missed. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
No.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Nay.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 5.13, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services, and B, approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Everwell Health Systems for adult residential support services and specialty mental health services for fiscal year 2021-22 for a contract maximum of $75,700, and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement. And in this, the reason that I pulled this is similar in the sense, other than this is a contract with an agency, where again, we have not done a formal bidding process for 4.5 years. And so I'm looking to get these bidded out, and I have no problem with the agreement itself. Director Metcalf.
Oh, and thank you, Chair Sabatier. As you know, some of these have been in the pipeline since I've learned that we need to start going out on a more regular basis out to bid for these contracts. And this, I would argue, as I said a week or two ago with some other contracts that were pulled for the same reason, that because this is more of a long-term residential care facility, for us to not move forward with approving this contract would then put our folks out, they'd be homeless. And so I respect the RFP thing. Moving forward, we will certainly do that. But this had been in the works for quite some time, and so I'm asking your board to approve this, but moving forward, we will certainly respect the RFP process.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Any comment or questions from the board?
Just that I feel we need to be moving forward on this because we're talking about people and their lives, and this is something we need to approve today.
Okay. Any comments from the public? All right, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and approve the agreement between County of Lake and Everwell Health Systems for adult residential support services and special mental health services for fiscal year 2021-22 for a contract maximum of $75,700, and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Nay.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And then we have 5.18, approved contract between the County of Lake Health Services and Trina Maya for physical therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Program and the medical therapy program for a term starting July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and a maximum amount of $135,408, and authorize the board chair to sign. And I did receive correspondence from Director Pomeroy, who did let me know that there was a recruitment that did progress throughout the, that there was a process of recruitment, and that this is the, for lack of a better term, the winning candidates that we are seeing here today, mainly also being contracted because of the difficulties of allowing our salaries to match the amount that they would be looking for. So this was pulled. I just finally, don't mean to say that in a bad way, but I just got a response during our meeting, and I appreciate the response. So I'm actually ready to move on with these items at this moment in time because my answers have been questioned, and I'm comfortable with moving forward on those. So unless Director Pomeroy has any more to add.
Thank you, Supervisor Spatier and Chair of the board. Sorry. This is a mandated position required by the state of California for our medical therapy unit underneath the California Children's Services program. This person has been contracted with us now for about 10 years. They are a licensed physical therapist that is CCS paneled. That is a requirement also of the state. And then, sorry, I've got some background noise going on. We don't go out to RFP on this because the providers must be state CCS paneled. And so there's a list of those, and that list is very narrow along the rural communities in Lake County. So we ask that your board move forward and approve this contract so that we can continue supporting the children in our medical therapy unit with their physical disabilities. And thank you for letting me comment on this.
Any comments or questions from the board on this item? Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I just wanted to state that I do appreciate the ideal here. I do appreciate that we are questioning some of these, and the reason why is because the public at times makes comments that we're waiving bidding process. So getting our the county to start looking at all avenues before waiving the bid process, I appreciate that. So I'm not against the initiative. I just know I want to be able to serve people that need the services that are rendered in the contracts that we're talking about. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward. Each time you pull these, I'm not opposed to that. So I appreciate you doing that.
No worries, and no matter how the vote goes, it's the way the vote goes, and we move on. Any other comments? Let's open it up to the public. This is item 5.18. Any public comment? Please raise your hand by clicking the icon on the bottom of your screen, or if you're calling in via telephone, then dial *9. Okay, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve contract between the County of Lake Health Services and Trina Maya for physical therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Program and the medical therapy program for a term starting July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and a maximum amount of $135,408, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Sorry. Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to 5.19, approved contract between the County of Lake Health Services and Sheila McCarthy for occupational therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Programs and the medical therapy program for a term starting July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and a maximum amount of $33,436.80, and authorize the board chair to sign. And again, this was the same reason that I pulled it as 5.18, so I have no further comments unless Director Pomeroy wishes to add.
Again, thank you, Chair Sabatier. I appreciate the board and their questioning of all of these types of contracts. This is the same situation as the PT. This is a mandated position that has to be a CCS state approved paneled provider, and they are very few and far between in small rural counties. And so this is a ongoing contract with somebody who meets all of those regulations and requirements. So thank you for your consideration. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comment from Board of Supervisors? No comment. Let's go to the public. Any public comment? Please dial *9 if you're on your phone, or click the button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. And seeing none, let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the contract between the County of Lake Health Services and Sheila McCarthy for occupational therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Program and the Medical Therapy Program for a term starting July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and a maximum amount of $33,436.80, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second by Supervisor Scott. Johanna, last roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I believe that this,
No, you have one more, right? 5.29, didn't we pull that one too? Or no?
no, I did not pull 5.29. I'm going to check in with Johanna. Did we add 5.29 in the consent
Oh,
agenda?
you know what? No, I had it, that was the last one. Forget it, sorry.
Okay.
Good.
Never mind. We're good. It's always good to double check though. So I think that concludes the rest of our open session. We are going to go into closed session. Before that, we should take a lunch. And so we will reconvene at 2:30 for a closed session. Our closed session will consist of 2 items. 8.1, conference with labor negotiator. A, Chief Negotiator M. Long, County Negotiators Carol Hutchinson and Tam Samick. And B, employee organizations LCDDAA, LCDSA, LCCOA, LCEA, LCSEA, and LCSMA. Feels like I just spoke a whole different language here. 8.2, conference with A, temporary representatives designated to meet with county department heads regarding salary and benefits, and B, unrepresented management employees. And with that, we will close our open session and go to lunch. And I want to thank Sam and Jake and Johanna for all your work today for the meeting. Appreciate it. Thank you to the public for joining us today, and everybody have a good day.